to the table, though analysts remain pessimistic about the possibility of success.
Fox's Trey Yingsten, Haifa, Israel. Hamas may not even be there to talk today, 2 weeks after its chief negotiator was killed in a bombing in Iran, prompting Iran to vow it'll attack Israel in retaliation. More fallout from all the anti-Israel unrest on college campuses across America and complaints of anti-Semitism. A university president resigns in New York.
After months of backlash from students, donors, and lawmakers over how she handled pro-Palestinian protests on campus, Columbia University President Minouche Shafik announced she's stepping down. She is the fourth Ivy League president to resign after criticism following on-campus protests over the Israel-Hamas war.
Fox's Kristen Goodwin. Also in New York City last night, more pro-Palestinian protests at a Democratic Party gathering doing damage to the facility. Some got arrested, interrupting an event the mayor and governor attended to support Vice President Harris's campaign. Now, today, the vice president who replaced President Biden as the candidate last month will join him at an event today to focus on the economy.
I gave Harris and Biden an economic miracle, and they quickly turned it into an economic nightmare.
Former President Trump will hold a news conference today. He went after his rival at a rally in North Carolina. Fox's Gernal Scott reports.
Former President Trump told a crowd in Nashville that an executive order will come if he wins in November, directing every one of his cabinet heads
To use every tool and authority at their disposal to defeat inflation and to bring consumer prices rapidly down.
America's listening to Fox News.
Small business owners, we know tackling your to-do list can sometimes feel like going 12 rounds against a heavyweight champ. Except that heavyweight's gloves are made of something hard, like diamonds. So when a new to-do pops up, you're like, I can't. I'm boxing my diamond boxing glove-wearing heavyweight champ of a to-do list. At Progressive, we don't want to make your day any harder. That's why we make it easy with over 30 customizable coverage options, so you can finally land a knockout blow. See if you can save on business insurance in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Coverage provided and serviced by affiliated and third-party insurers.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. It's Friday Eve. It's going to be a good day. Rhino is here. Front Office Lowe's is here. Board Up, Goey, Virgin River is here. My name is Tug. I'm relatively here.
Yeah, you're here.
Most of me's here.
Present.
Present, exactly. Yeah. What's up, man? How are you this morning?
I'm doing good. Still worried about that cat in the tree, but otherwise I'm pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm even really that worried.
Well,
it's not my cat.
Well, yeah, but
I just don't like to see anything
suffer.
suffering.
You don't want anything suffer. Yeah, I get that.
But they say that it will eventually run out of water here, or it's already ran out of water. It's been 5 days now. Today will be the 5th day. It hasn't had any water, and I started doing research, like, what else can I do? Because I'm not paying anybody $800 to get up in that tree. And they said, after 4 or 5 days, when they get dehydrated, they'll pass out and just fall out of the tree. Which,
well, then there you go.
Is one way of getting it down.
I mean, it's just nature.
Would hope that it would wake up like halfway down and realize I got to land on my feet.
Yeah. Just the fact that nature is taking its course. That's all that is. As Lowe's takes a big old sup of water.
Yeah, more so than the cat gets.
More so than the cat gets. That's also, but that's also just, life taking place. That's just what we do. That's what happens. So this is going to be no different. It's just no different. Water and probably going to hit a few limbs on the way down.
Yeah. I put a little trampoline down there, maybe.
Yeah.
A little blanket.
Something, yeah.
Yeah.
Just break the fall a little bit.
There you go.
I don't know how much a blanket's going to
I don't know how much work I'm going to put into this, to be honest with you.
Listen.
I have trees or something.
I have daughters. I can't scar them. I would have to put a tarp out there and just say, if the cat falls out of the tree, hopefully we'll break its fall with the tarp.
That's
just
right.
dig a 6-foot grave and put the tarp over it so it falls straight in.
Dig it out.
Yep. Done.
Done and over.
Fill it in.
Yeah, that's so good. Y'all, yesterday I watched something in disgust. Made me want to vomit. It's when you throw up in your mouth a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
That's the worst because that flavor sticks with you.
It's a verb.
Yeah.
It's like a vomit burp.
When I saw that parade that the Taliban had.
Oh, you mean the one with our $85 billion worth of equipment?
Hey, that looks familiar.
Yeah.
That looks like what Dave was driving a few years ago in Afghanistan.
Wait a minute. Is that ours? You know, it's like you see your own car that's been stolen driving down the street. You're like, well, that's my car.
You ever had an ex-girlfriend, saw him with new boyfriend?
Yeah. There you go.
I used to drive that.
Yeah. As she's like wearing your ball cap or something.
Yeah.
Like, what? You're supposed to give that back.
I don't know what was more upsetting, seeing the vehicles on the ground or then the shot of the helicopters flying behind them.
Oh, the ones they told us that they'd been scuttled and there's no way they could make them operational.
What a bunch of bull crap. Like, there was not a bit of me that believed that was the case. In the way, in the fashion that we left Afghanistan, there was no chance that they had disabled this equipment. Well, zero chance of that.
If you remember the videos that we saw from early on when the Taliban rolled right back in, and there were shots, and we were told by social media at the time, well, that's misinformation. They can't possibly be piloting some of these planes or some of these helicopters where they were hanging some of their political prisoners from them. Yeah. It's no surprise they figured it out.
Well, Democrats are extremely racist, so their thought process is they're not as smart as we are. They can't do the things that we do. Really, they're just a bunch of people that live in a desert. And that's their mindset about everybody that they come across, that you don't think these people are well-trained. You don't think these people are smart enough to figure out how to work these things. Yeah, they do have the ability. And that's why we can't overlook people throughout this world or what they're capable of, evil or good, either way. But when it comes to the Taliban, the first mistake we made, obviously, was trusting them with the security around our fence that led to 13 soldiers getting killed.
Whose idea is that?
And then,
let's use our bitter enemy.
Harris.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Everything is Harris's fault at this point, and it needs to be said that way.
By the way,
she's part of this.
So this was from 2 years ago. This was CNN, who was reassuring the rest of the world, as it pointed out that much of the remaining equipment requires specialized maintenance that DoD contractors previously provided. Basically, we're the only ones who can actually make it work, so just don't worry about it.
Yeah, nothing to see here. I know it's $85 billion, but, look.
It'll never come back to haunt us.
No. Gosh, Rhino, you sound crazy. You sound like an extremist, crazy extremist. But
it's on brand.
Yeah.
It is. It's so on brand. And Kamala, remember when the other day, what was it? Just only a couple weeks ago when she was like, I was the last person in the room before they made the decision to pull out of Afghanistan. Like, she was bragging about it. Like, she was part of something.
I influenced this thing. I made the call here.
That's not a surprise. That's the least surprising thing that she's ever been involved with.
Well, exactly. And that's why this is Harris's fault. And it needs to be contributed to her every single time it's brought up. And, obviously Biden's going to take a brunt of it and did, but now it's Harris's fault. And now it's her turn because she is the one who said she was the last in the room. Well, you didn't have a good decision there, did you?
When I think of parades, I think of Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade.
Yeah.
That comes to mind. I think of
your parade of ex-girlfriends. That's what you got yesterday.
That's right.
Look how good she's doing. Look how good she's doing.
Look at there. Everything's going
Pride
really
parades.
well. Yeah, well, yeah, man. I guess. No, I usually don't think of that. No, but
Memorial Day.
Yeah, and usually growing up in Dalton,
championship
Georgia.
parades.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, like here at the Battery when the Braves won the World Series, or over in Athens when Georgia won the national championship. But at home, growing up in Dalton, Georgia, they had a little bitty parade that went down, Hamilton Street.
Those are the best.
I mean, there ain't no big floats. There's no big, things floating in the air. It's always just flatbed trucks. Yeah. People decorating their truck.
Towns County, you got the fair.
Yeah.
And then, we had Herschel Walker when he was running for Senate.
Big time.
We had him up front. He was the grand marshal of our parade. It was pretty cool. And they all brought out their farm equipment.
Yeah.
And were pulling, hay rides for all the kids. Oh, so wholesome and nice. Throwing candy at people.
Yes, that was the other thing. I forgot about that. And parents would have to hold their kids back because they'd toss the candy out and it wouldn't go far enough, and they'd be trying to get into it, trying to get it, and it was actually under the car. Like, no. Let's wait on another one to get a little closer.
Parents had to stop me from tripping the kids so I could get to the candy first.
Give me that Snicker bar. Yeah, but that's what I think of when I think of parade. Not necessarily $85 billion just flushed down the toilet and given to your bitter enemy. Like, who thought this was a good idea? Who was the last person in the room before they did that? Oh, the woman running for president. Who actually set it into motion? Oh, the man that's pretending to be president still to this moment.
Yeah.
And that's what, let's say 45%. Let's say 45% of the country is going to vote for Kamala. That's what 45% of the country wants to continue. Y'all, they want to continue these stupid, bad decisions. That's what they want to continue.
Well, remember, you're talking about a coalition of voters that vote typically on one issue, and it will override anything mentally.
That's exactly right.
You know, the desire to be able to, for instance, abortion, that will override any sort of mentality of, hey, what do my groceries cost? You know, why do we keep failing around the world? Why do we have a war in Europe, a war getting ready to kick off in the Middle East, and all these problems at home, and the Taliban then rolling through town showing you all the equipment they've had from me? It's like all these things suddenly go out the window because, well, I want to be able to murder baby.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. Don't you?
Right. The Rose Bowl parade, by the way, cost $9.4 million to put on, and the American government paid $85 billion to put on a parade.
For people that hate us.
For people that want to destroy us with the same floats that they were floating around.
Well, I don't know if you noticed, they weren't really throwing candy off of these.
Yeah.
They were throwing people off of them. And they were, pointing guns. And,
here's 30-06 coming right at you.
Yeah. I didn't see any 30-06. I was also freaking 50 cals. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Let's throw a parade for people who hate us with equipment that we could actually use, that we actually need, because we're in a pinch in the military. Not only is recruiting so bad because they've indoctrinated or tried to indoctrinate the entirety of the DOD that white supremacy is some issue in the military, but the Pentagon's own research says actually it's leftist ideologies, leftist extremism that's the actual problem. And so they don't recruit white kids from the South and the the middle America because of the white supremacy issue that does not exist.
Yeah. Keep going with that.
That's the wisdom behind the Pentagon and everybody that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have put in place.
They want to pretend that there is too many white extremists, tearing up this country. And the reality of what we see every day of the people who are tearing this country up are a bunch of fascist, communist, Antifa, one of those, that continue to do this. Yesterday here in Atlanta, once again, I mean, if you don't think it's happening everywhere, we had a fire at a construction site. Just as happens, the company happens to be one of the ones that Antifa and those members have been attacking time after time after time because they're part of the contract of the Atlanta Police and Fire Training Center. These people are dangerous people, but at the same time, we saw that parade yesterday, and we want to gloss it over, but why should we when we've had open borders and we know what's going on in the Middle East right now? The Taliban is just as bad as Hamas and Hezbollah and the rest of the terrorist organizations, Al-Qaeda and all of them. We know they have cells here. We are just sitting around waiting. As we do have parades, we're going to be attacked by people like this.
No question about it. It's coming. It's not an if, it's a when. We all know that. The actual federal government has all but said that. Be aware. And that's just a CYA. We let them all in. They're going to kill you and your family. But just so you know, we're gonna say, hey man, there's probably something brewing. We're not sure why. We have no idea why, but something's probably brewing. So when it happens, they can say, we told you.
Again, it's on brand.
Yeah, it is.
Everything that we've had over the last 4 years
Without a doubt.
When Donald Trump told you, and I thought it was largely rhetoric. I thought it was kind of silly when he told you about you're going to get used to winning again, and then he was like, you're going to be winning so much you're going to be bored of winning. Man, by the time we got to 2019, we were kind of bored of winning. We were like maybe somebody else should run this thing. Maybe we can win more that way.
Let's hand it off.
We've been losing for 4 years.
And
we have this malaise of people that have gotten to the point. Now, it's not any of us, but you're talking about that 40% of the country that go, I'm supposed to lose because I've been given so much.
Yeah, that's right. Look at all I've gotten.
Look at everything that I've been given as a man. I deserve to lose.
That's right. They're looking around. Yeah. Oh, that's crazy.
This country was founded in such an evil fashion. Yes. I deserve to not be able to send my kid to college.
Can you imagine that mentality, thinking that way? Like, who taught you that?
Democrats.
Well, yeah, but
Democrats taught you that.
But it has to. That has to start at home, though. I think. I think
it's generational. Listen, part of the reason that, my son is probably going to grow up differently is the way that we talk every single day. Now, do I push him in one direction or another? No. But I talk about the facts, and I talk about what's going on. I talk about, why people feel certain ways, even the Democrats, and why they feel a way. And I let him make his own decision. But the reality of it is most of us grow up in a certain lifestyle that we're accustomed to and we're used to. Unfortunately, for some people, they grow up where the culture is of having to steal, having to murder, or having to do drugs, or having to do those things, and then blaming somebody else and saying, well, at least we're getting money and help from this person, the government, and the government will keep us in this area. There's no secret to why the problems that we have and where we need to fix them are all in Democrat-run areas and cities. They're not doing anything for their people. They're keeping them there because it's easier for them to create that dependency.
There's a mentality here. And if you want to buy into the mentality, well, then you've created your own demise. For instance, if sweet Joe Virgin River decided at any point, hey, I'm in my early 20s and I'm not going anywhere with this stuff, then, it's somebody else's fault. Well, at that point, he gives over that power to some politician who says, I'll fix this for you, Joe. But yeah, you're
not
right.
Gonna be a victim anymore.
Exactly.
I'm going to fix it.
Instead, Joe's going, I'm making my own way in this world. I will continue. This is how I'm going to do. So he is not anywhere near as problematic when it comes to falling for the lies of a politician.
Give me point to one place, Rhino, that the government has fixed anything.
Yeah, you can't, and that's part of the biggest problem. When we go back to, Donald Trump and everybody's complaining about his, hey, we need to tear down the Department of Education and return this back to the states the way it is. The ones that are getting upset are the ones that are failing in schools that are run in Democrat counties, Democrat cities, Democrat towns. These are the schools that are failing. Why? Why do we allow this to continue to happen? If I'm young Rhino and I'm running around and my dad is telling me all the time that, the white man is bad. The white man did this. The white man did this to us. This is why we're here. I didn't get my check this week from the government. You can't have food. You can't do this. We need the government to be able to give us our money. Then you go to school in those same areas, and every day you're told, well, that person he suffers from white privilege. That's Tug over there. He's got white privilege. He's got a dad and a mom. That kind of rhetoric will always shape a child. Think about me as a young Rhino. That would be the sponge that I'm absorbing. Is not only the people that I trust at home, my parents tell me this is the way of life. Dad's going out with a gun and he's going to join his gang tonight and they're going to go out and do these things and they're not good, but that's what I'm looking up to. Then I go to school and my teachers are telling me the same thing. White people are bad. Republicans are bad. Donald Trump is bad. The only good is the government because they're going to give you the check so you can eat. How do you think you're going to grow up?
We're missing the thing here. It ain't minorities to get these people elected. It isn't. No, it is the white guilt. It is these white communities that go, I can't believe I'm a horrible person. I've been told at school I'm a horrible person. I'm going to show you I'm a better person. If you don't think that when we had, back when you look at the 2004 and 2008, that the reason why Barack Obama in part was swept into the White House was in part because this national feeling of maybe we can assuage all of the racist thoughts that we've always had. Oh, we're going to do this, and I'm going to be a better person for it.
We were even told that.
Well, and you put a Manchurian candidate in who decided to communist up your country.
Okay. Well, and again, I agree 100%, and I don't want you to take my stuff out of context. Never said a race or a color or a minority. What I said is young Rhino, a young white guy, if he grew up being told all the time that white people are bad, this is white privilege, Tug is white privilege. This happens in every school, and this happens everywhere. This just isn't minority communities. This is happening in Virginia in schools with young, poor white men and that are made to feel bad because they're white and they're suffering and their friends are white privilege and this person's white privilege. You start to think that way. And so do these people. They grow up thinking, I'm the bad person. Why? I don't know why really, except for somehow I am responsible for other people hurting. I got to go out and vote for government intervention. I need the government to pay. So this is where the indoctrination begins. And it doesn't stop. You go to college, you learn the same stuff. You grow up the entire time thinking that one other group, and you've been divided no matter what. Even within your own race, you're divided to think that you're the bad person.
So many of your issues that you have would go away if you just got the government out of it.
Amen to that.
So many of them. If you just think about, and just in terms of, for instance, with energy, the fact that we've decided where you can explore, where you can drill, how you can, what can you do. If we just left it to the free market to decide that, well, then we'd have plenty of energy. That's part of what Donald Trump continues to tell you. If we were to butt out of when it came to, hey, we're going to decide the quotas by which we should have at universities, then it would be our best and our brightest. And it would be the people that work the hardest. And so the free market would give yourself, it would end up developing and giving you the people that you're looking for to lead. Instead,
that's right.
You have a bunch of people who have found a way on both sides of the aisle who have found a way to say, just give me the power. And by the way, if you'll just give me a little bit of extra help as far as me making law, well, then I'll make the world better for you. And they don't, because they're fallible.
Yeah, it's only 3%. It's only 3% of
that's why I say
how much?
It all
Trillions?
starts at home.
Yeah, absolutely.
Make sure you are involved in your child's life. They can't be misled. They can be. Most of the time, they won't be misled as long as you're involved. It's Morning Extra on Extra 106.3.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
All right, here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Thursday, August 15th. Gwinnett County Police are hunting for a suspect in a shooting that left a man dead off Josephine Road. Police were called to a home after neighbors heard gunshots. When they arrived, they found one man suffering from at least one gunshot wound. He died at the scene. Police are not releasing the name of the victim or the suspect and say they are still searching for the killer who fled on foot. Mayor Benjamin Cranford of Thompson, Georgia, was arrested by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation after allegedly providing inmates with alcohol while they worked in the city. The mayor was taken into custody and booked into the McDuffie County Jail. He was charged with furnishing prohibited items to inmates and criminal attempt to commit a felony. And in sports, Michael Harris made his return after 60 days on the disabled list last night in San Francisco. In his first game back, on his first at-bat, he hit his first grand slam. The first inning 4-run shot turned out to be the game winner as the Braves routed the Giants 13-2. Pitcher Grant Holmes also got his first career win with 6 strikeouts over 7 innings. The Braves will go for their 4th straight win as they wrap up the series with the Giants today at 3:45. Max Fried will be on the mound for the Braves. You can catch all the action on our sister station, 680 The Fan.
Love the way that sounds. Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. Tug, Rhino, and Front Office. Los Gen Z and their impact on November's election. Next on Extra 106.3.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's the camera. How's it going? Here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
No, I didn't vote for Trump the first time around. I voted Libertarian. I usually do. Will I vote for him this time? Well, I'll say this. No way in hell I would ever vote for Kamala Harris, the most left-wing radical presidential ticket in my lifetime.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
When you think of the hometown teams, you think of the Braves and the Falcons and the Hawks and the Dogs and the Jackets and the Owls and the Panthers. Those are the hometown teams. When you're looking for hometown service, let me encourage you to turn to Central Heating and Air Conditioning. Better service through knowledge. They've been heating and cooling Atlanta for over 77 years. Education and training, that's the cornerstone of the company. Georgia's top-rated training company. Their techs, when they come to your house, have the knowledge and skills and resources to service you and your family and the heating and cooling needs that you will have. And look, we still got plenty of summer left. Anybody thinks that the summer is gone because the kids are back in school hadn't lived for here very long. So make sure that your maintenance agreements are in place so when they come out, they can service those HVAC systems, that machinery, so it works and lasts as long as it can. But if it's gotten to the point where you can't use it anymore, it just can't keep up with this Georgia heat, they can hit you with a brand new Carrier system. They are your Atlanta Carrier experts. Chuck and his team are kind, they're courteous, they show up on time, they do what they say they're going to do. They've been doing it for over 77 years, as I mentioned. Tell them Tug sent you. Central Heating and Air Conditioning, 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com.
Have you heard about Sonder and their Georgia-based Medicare Advantage health plans? Sonder Health Plans is committed to revolutionizing healthcare, making it straightforward, personal, and affordable. Call them and ask if you qualify for their fantastic $400 grocery card offer and $0 premiums. They've even got their own radio show and podcast called Weekend Wellness, dedicated to keeping all Georgians healthy and happy at every age. Call 800-331-2928 or visit SonderHealthPlans.com. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends on contract renewal.
Hey fans, summer is here and you know what that means. Exterior painting season. At Atlanta Painting Company, this summer, save 10% off of all exterior projects and get a free color consultation. We understand how valuable your home is, so protect your investment with our industry-leading warranty and unmatched customer service. Don't just take our word for it. We have over 900 Google reviews telling you why we're the painters you can trust. Ready to get started? Visit us online at atlantapaintingcompany.com to schedule your free home consultation. The Atlanta Painting Company, the painters you can trust.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see a board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911, online at stopmyed.com.
Align your business with other like-minded conservatives by advertising on Xtra 1063. Email sales at xtra1063.com.
Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10. Then Beck playing Buck and the local afternoon show with the Kimmer. Pete and Flounder, 3 until 6. Los, your wife is working on something that's really cool, but not for you. I don't understand what you mean.
I'm so glad that we have the audience that we do, and we have the audience that we do. So I'm texting back and forth with her during the break, and what she's doing for her company, they're putting together, because we talk about the importance of Gen Z, sure, and a lot of their research is into Gen Z, how to market to them, what motivates them. And in fact, like one of the times when we had the 2022 midterms, and Clay Travis is sitting back going like, well, how did all this happen? And why do these young people do this? I sent him the research. So they're having to put this survey together, and they're having to send it to China, Saudi Arabia, all over the world. But they're having to have it reviewed by people from around the world to see what's culturally appropriate.
Oh.
So one way you ask a question in Saudi Arabia, you can't ask it in China.
Right, because
one way you ask it in America, you can't ask that a certain way. And so she's sending me back all the edits that they're having to do, and I'm like, that's actually pretty cool to imagine that you can be more direct in the United States than you can be in the Middle East.
Right, you have to be very respectful.
Very much so.
They will beat you or cut your hands off.
Well, and it's a survey, but I'm just kind of fascinated by the fact that she got all of this email coming back overnight, because obviously they're awake, they're doing their thing, and so it's just kind of cool to see how they're trying to get all this sort of stuff so they can measure what Gen Z is doing around the world.
Yeah, and I would imagine that Gen Z in the UK and Gen Z in the United States talk a completely different language.
I'm sure,
or interact very differently and have different goals and desires and beliefs, and I can't imagine going through that. That doesn't sound fun to me.
I would just say this. The only thing that their research shows you is that everything is about opportunity. And so if you're providing opportunity, no matter what your culture is, no matter what your government is, then you're going to have a young people that are motivated. The thing is what happens when you depress a young people because you don't give them opportunity, when they're having to live through whether it's recession or depression or any of those sort of economic activities. What does that do for them long term over the course of their lives?
Yeah, and how much they could earn versus what they actually will.
Sure.
Just based on opportunity.
So much of the American dream has always been about, if you work hard, A equals B equals C. You do this, you do this, you do this. This is how it's going to work out for you.
This is the map.
This is where we have messed that part up.
Holy cow. I don't know that any of us messed it up because we didn't vote for any of this. There's not a chance we voted for
We're pointing at the boomers going, hey,
what were y'all doing?
How did y'all spend like this?
Yeah. And
how did you create this scenario?
And continue to spend like this. And look, Elon Musk talked about it with Donald Trump. They made it so clear. They broke down in like a minute.
He was like, when you print this much, you devalue the dollar. Here's how it's going to go. And I asked this to Joe Virgin River. I mean, Joe, do you feel like you have been lied to in terms of, I work hard, this is what happens, here's how it's going to work for me?
Yeah. But I've also not worked that hard.
But that's on you.
So he's on both ends of it.
No, I work hard.
No, but
I do my job. But I also chose a industry that is a very pay your dues type industry.
It's going to take time.
Where I know it takes time.
And shrinking, too.
And it doesn't, have much
put it this way,
money in it.
Well, but I'll say this.
Yeah, it depends.
The success on because I used to tell this to our interns all the time. And every single one that we had this summer, I would always tell them this. I would say, it's going to suck for a while. It's like, it's going to be pain in the butt. I was like, but if you make it to the other end of it, then your friends are going to be talking about their TPS reports and having to put a cover on them, and you're going to be saying, hey, I'm going to this concert to go cover this.
That's right. Or I'm going to the Braves locker room to cover that.
Right. It's like, it's going to be very cool.
And that's why I chose this industry.
But until that happens, it is a grind.
Embrace the suck.
Dude, but I got to tell you, I know some guys that when I was coming up covering concerts and covering games or whatever, and they were in corporate America grinding it out. And even during the suckiest parts of what I do, like when you're putting in the elbow grease that they were putting in too to get to where they are now sucked worse than it did for me. Now they were making more money than I was.
Well, and that's the deal. They, and Rhino knows this as well, they get to take vacations that you don't.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
And that's the difference. Like,
they're in Montana right now.
If you're cool,
I promise you,
on a beautiful ranch.
Yeah, dude. I just literally hit like on one of their Instagram pictures.
But if you're cool with the fact that, hey, and this was 20 years ago when big screen televisions were like $2,000, not $200, but as long as you understand, you will not have that big screen television, or you're not going to go to the Caribbean on vacation. But by the time you get to the other end of it, if you can, it's going to be a lot cooler for you than it was for them.
Funny, the only times I've been to the Caribbean on vacation is when I was working and did a broadcast from Caribbean on vacation. So it was like a working vacation, and we used to do that a lot. And some stations still do, but I've never been to the Caribbean on a vacation on my own completely, ever.
Yeah, neither have I.
Yeah, so
it'll be fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe one day. Maybe one day.
Maybe they'll have extra 106.3 out there to do a broadcast.
I would like to think so, because I know the lady that runs it. She's very conservative, but I just don't know where they would park us. Right next to like Q99.7, where they're talking about just all the craziest stuff in the world, and here we are saying that stuff's crazy.
We'll just talk about our cats in the trees, and
I had a very enlightening conversation yesterday with a guy who used to work in the market. He's since gone back to Florida, and he's just checking in. Like, I hadn't talked to him probably about 5 or 6 years, and he's kind of yapping back and forth with me. And I told him like what we were doing, and he goes, "So news talk, huh?" I was like, "Yeah." And he goes, "Is it conservative?" And I go, "Yeah." And he goes, "Oh my God, I'm like the biggest conservative out of my entire family. How do I get involved in it?" And so it's amazing what happens, how oftentimes it's like a whispered, hushed tone of like, "Hey, I'm asking you about this." It's like a drug deal.
Yeah.
And as soon as they know that you're in, they're like, "Yeah, here we go."
That's the honest truth. That's the God's honest truth.
That's what happens.
People are like, what do y'all talk about? It's just like Los is describing. We met some people that are friends, I guess you can call them friends now, of other friends, right? We were at Avalon, and we just come from dinner, and the couple that we were with ran into somebody else they knew, and they introduced us, and they're like, "Oh, we are going to get along well." And it was like, I was like, "Oh, what are y'all into the
Braves?
Braves?
What do you mean?
Yeah, what is it?" And they're like,
"Are you gay too?"
Hey, are you gay? No, they're like, they're conservative. Very conservative. And I was like, "Oh, well, that's cool. All right, good enough." And dude, doing this for a living, the last thing you want to do is talk politics.
No,
and that's all we talk the rest of the night.
Yes.
That's always a big deal for me.
I hate it too sometimes.
It does. It gets old after a while.
Well, if you let people know, well, then that typically is how it goes. It's the same thing where, for years, Rhino and I, if you tell anybody who worked at a sports station, all they want to talk to you is Braves baseball for the rest of the night.
Yeah.
So most of the time, I don't talk about anything work-oriented. Talk about
Have
kids
you ever
or
met
talk about
Chipper
whatever.
Jones?
Yeah, exactly.
Here's his cell phone. Okay, what else do you want to talk about?
Yeah.
But that's it was interesting to see a guy that I've known for years where he subs in and does national radio with ESPN. He's done CBS Sports Radio. He's worked all around the country. He's got a home studio and a Comrex because that's part of what he does for weekend programming. And immediately he was like, "Oh my God, that sounds like the coolest thing in the world!"
Right. I just want to talk about how crazy the world is because it's crazy. I feel like I can't say it.
He's flat out telling me, "What do you think about this whole thing with Kamala? Is it legitimate?" And I go. And I told him, go listen to the show on Monday. I was like, download the app, go check this thing out. Here are the sort of stuff. And so, it's just kind of fun whenever you kind of get on that level with somebody.
I love the example of the drug deal, though, Rhino, because that is so true. People, it's all whispers. Yeah, that wall is coming down slowly but surely. I think most people are tired of being.
You like heroin too?
Yeah, me too.
All right. Yeah, conservatives and heroin addicts.
It is fun to see, though, and I do love talking with anybody who's become a fan of the show, or when I meet them out and they're like, "Oh man," the way they love what we're able to talk about, and they've taken on as a fight. In sports, it's cool because you guys are all on the same team, but at the same time, we're on the same team, and these people are like, "Thank you," and I'm like, "Thank you for what?" And they're like, "For doing what you do, for spreading this word." And I'm like, "No, thank you for listening,
telling the truth,
and thank you for spreading the word." But it is fun when you come across someone who's like, "Whoa, you get to talk." Do they tell you what to say? I had someone who was like, "So do you have to push like Donald Trump?" I'm like, "No, we could push whoever we want. We're not pushing anyone. We're just talking about what we see." And they're like, "So your boss doesn't tell you if you say anything bad about this person?" I'm like, "No,
the RNC sends us our talking points every day."
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Dude,
I get everything from Jenna Ellis.
Seriously, the RNC would be pissed off at us.
Oh my gosh.
I hadn't called myself a Republican in, I don't know, several years. Probably, maybe almost getting close to 10 years now.
I do find it funny. Sometimes we're not conservative enough.
Yeah.
Sometimes we're too conservative.
Yeah, absolutely.
It just depends on who we come across. And, from where we started, when we had Brad Raffensperger on and would ask him questions to the point of him going, "Yeah, I don't want any part of this show
Y'all are too
anymore.
fanatical.
You're too. You
want to know answers.
Well, yes, that's the problem. You want to ask too many questions. Well, yeah, that's our job.
Yeah, and a lot of people listening would like to know the answers. As would I. As would Rhino. As would those. But that's the thing. Now,
one of the things that I do appreciate, and I think about it in terms of Buddy Carter, who I'm glad whenever he jumps on the show, and even though he'll make you crazy,
makes me want to pull my hair out.
I will listen. I like podcasts, and I like hearing open conversation. I told you guys about the Dan Crenshaw one that I listened to, and I've gone back and I've listened to a couple of other ones. And there is a constant battle that goes on in Washington between those that are purely ideologically conservative and those people that are looking to get stuff done. And so there's this weird balance of, if you look to get something done, that means that you're going to cooperate with the other side. And so those people end up being vilified as, "Well, you're not conservative enough." And there's a part of me that goes, "Yeah, I kind of see both sides."
Yeah, absolutely.
And I see both sides.
But it seems like those days are gone, where people would actually work together on both sides of the aisle. And now it's because you actually have four factions of the same party. Mm-hmm. The only problem is that the conservatives, or the, whatever they want to label us as, MAGA extremists, whatever, anybody who supports Trump is so far right in their mind. Then you have the moderate, we call it an establishment. Same thing on the other side. You have the far left progressives, and then you have, what they call themselves the moderate. Those two parties, the moderates on the Republican side, and they seem to be the uniparty, but yet they're still not getting anything done. No bills are being passed, because what are we doing? We're yelling so far on one side about issues that don't affect most of America. And I'll be honest, there's some things that we go on with. I think getting men out of women's sports, I think that's important. Some of the other things, I don't know when it comes to working for America. I want to work on the economy. I want to work on the border, but it's all getting distracted for these issues that nobody really cares about and doesn't affect most of America. And I think that's a big problem. I think people are like, hey, let's just fight back and forth and not really have any kind of productive conversations anymore.
I see 4 years ago, people could afford a house, and 4 years ago, people could afford groceries.
Yeah.
That seems to be the most fundamental thing you can possibly do is make it easy for the population of the country that you operate. And if you're the chief executive or the president of the United States, that should be your goal. And we've done the exact opposite for the last essentially 4 years. And Kamala Harris will continue marching, maybe even running down the wrong road. So we're not going to get anything done at all. And there's people that are willing to say, okay, I'm okay with that. Let's just continue down this path. There's almost 50% of the country that thinks we're in just a great position.
I felt that way during the Obama administration. I remember having an intern that was pretty far left-leaning, and I think he still lives at home 10 years later. He flat out...
Shot fired.
He's like... The Republicans won't even work with Obama. And I go, I know, I voted for them not to.
Good.
I was like, I voted to stall everything out so that none of this progressive legislation goes anywhere any longer. I was like, I don't want any part of it. Yeah. And so if you are going to do that,
did it?
Well,
they still spent all the money.
But at least when you are talking about what happened in 2010, when you did have the Tea Party essentially come in, and you end up taking Democrat power across the entirety of the nation and rolling it back to 80-year lows.
Yeah.
Everything had to be suddenly this guy going, if I want to get anything done in my last 2 years, I got to talk to them.
Yeah.
Because he didn't have to for the better part of his presidency.
But even that's gone now. Right? I mean, look, Republicans aren't going to get anything done for the Democrats, and the ones that they did is so dangerous that our debt is where it is today, and those establishment Republicans that allowed this kind of spending to happen under Biden, Buddy, Carter, and all of them that voted and said, I don't like funding Ukraine, but here's tons, billions upon billions of dollars. Here's my vote to do it, and that's what they did with the inflation, the IR. I can't even call it the Inflation Reduction Act. It's a joke.
Because it's
the climate change bill.
Yeah.
We wasted so much of our taxpayer dollars on that. When we talk about infrastructure, no jobs have been created out of it, although we did have a bathroom at the airport, and we did have
Philadelphia, thank you.
Yeah, we did have 7 charging stations, but we have a problem now where they can't account for the money. They don't have the money. Now they're looking for more money and more budget for a program that's already failing. So when we sit and look, we got to remember, Republicans voted for that. We got to remember that Democrats voted for that. The ones that voted against it are the ones that they consider extreme and crazy because they're like, why are we spending this money? Let's focus on this. Let's focus on the border. Let's focus on the economy. Instead, we're playing these games of, you know what? I think boys really need a bunch of tampons, so let's take the taxpayer dollars and put tampons in bathrooms.
Well, yeah.
This is the legislation we're doing in this country right now.
That's what Tim Walz.
And we're going to vote for that.
Dude.
Half the country is going to vote for more of that crap.
And it will leave me baffled, like it always does, trying to figure out what people are thinking. Morning Xtra and Xtra 106.3, Tug, Rhino, and Front Office Los. Picture this. Community heroes on a diamond and a Rhino in Bike 2-snap coaches shorts behind the plate. That is coming to a ballpark near you very, very soon. Tell you about it next on Xtra 106.3.
The left-wing media is pushing counterfeit polls and bogus headlines, all while ignoring the stories that matter most. Trust the conservative voice of Atlanta for the real truth without the media spin. The Morning Xtra, Glenn Beck, Clay Travis, Buck Sexton, The Kimmer Show, Jesse Kelly, and the voices you need most are all on Xtra 106.3 and the Xtra app.
It's going to be an interesting couple of months right here on Xtra 106.3.
Hey, it's Tug from my friends, the Frost family of First Liberty Building and Loan. You hear about their family's company all the time here on Xtra 106.3. First Liberty has helped hundreds of small businesses grow by saying yes when the big banks say no. On Wall Street, opportunities to earn big returns are everywhere. But for Main Street investors, those opportunities are hard to find. Until now. Our First Liberty notes are now open to qualified Main Street investors, paying interest rates of 8 to 13% while helping fuel the growth of small businesses right here in Georgia. With a few basic qualifications and with as little as $25,000, qualified Main Street investors just like you can earn an 8
8 to 13% interest rate. If this is you, they'd love to hear from you. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com and consider joining the First Liberty family today. That's FirstLibertyGA.com. FirstLibertyGA.com.
First Liberty notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. Purchasers must verify their SEC accredited investor status. Securities are not being offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful.
As an official community partner of the Atlanta Braves and the Atlanta Braves Foundation, the Warrior Alliance connects warriors and their families to free services such as health and wellness, housing, employment, education, legal services, and so much more. We need your financial support to increase our impact and change thousands of lives for those who served in the U.S. Armed Forces. It takes more than just thank you for your service. Make a donation to help warriors navigate to success after service. Go to thewarrioralliance.org/donate and make a difference today.
Have you thought about securing your hard-earned assets? Do you have concerns about the future? Protecting assets is crucial, and that's where Nelson Elder Care Law excels. As a family-owned and family-focused firm, we provide absolute assurance and peace of mind through our trademarked Absolute Protection Trust, tailored services in estate planning, probate administration, Medicaid crisis solutions, guardianship, and conservatorship. Our goal is to exceed your expectations and empower informed decisions. Visit NelsonElderCareLaw.com for asset protection and peace of mind.
You're out with friends and a few drinks becomes a few too many and you decide to drive anyway. What's the worst that can happen? Drive sober or get pulled over.
Looking for bold discussions on vital issues? Tune in to The Janelle King Show every Saturday at 3 p.m. with an encore episode every Sunday at 9 a.m. right here on Xtra 106.3, where we dive into kitchen table topics that are essential for a strong republic. Don't miss an episode, but if you do, it's all good because we have new podcasts that drop every Tuesday on the Podcast Park or wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss out on these thought-provoking conversations.
Diamonds Direct Atlanta is now open. The nation's fastest growing jewelry store now is a location right here in Buckhead. Shopping for the perfect ring to pop the question? Or maybe an everyday diamond tennis bracelet? The experts at Diamonds Direct are sure to have exactly what you're looking for, no matter the occasion. With the lowest direct importer pricing, you can expect the best selection of certified diamonds at unmatched prices, all within a luxury showroom atmosphere that makes you feel right at home. Come see what other jewelers are trying to replicate. Diamonds Direct's unbeatable after the sale guarantees and warranties are the best you can find. Free cleanings, sizing, polishing, accent diamond replacement for the lifetime of your purchase. If that's not enough, they also offer a 110% upgrade policy for you to use as often as you'd like on your diamond engagement ring, pendant, or suz. Sounds too good to be true, right? Well, come see how Diamonds Direct is reinvigorating the jewelry industry at their brand new Buckhead showroom. When you want to have complete confidence in your jewelry buying experience, shop with the experts at Diamonds Direct. Now open on the corner of Maple Drive Northeast and Peachtree.
Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station is always streaming live across Georgia on the Xtra 106.3 app. Get the live stream and your favorite Xtra podcast anywhere you go. Grab the Xtra 106.3 app now for Apple or Android.
We love being involved in the community, and we are going to be again on September 7th. Xtra is pleased to support the Smyrna Public Safety Foundation and their Hot Rods and the Heroes Car Show and Festival. It's going on at Smyrna First Baptist Church 10 until 3 there on the 7th. And beautiful car show, but here's the kicker. You can cheer on the police versus firefighters in the Battle of the Badges softball game. Interact with local fire, police, first responder units on hand with gear and equipment. A little touch of truck action. Kids can explore the fire SWAT vehicles. So stinking cool. It's free, open to all ages. And if you'd like to, maybe you got a sweet ride. Is there something that you got sitting in the garage that you've been waiting to roll out? Maybe you got one of those like
Subaru?
Maybe a Subaru, yes, maybe that.
Maybe you got a GMC Acadia with a dent in it, compliments of discount tire you want to show everybody.
Zach.
Thanks, Zach.
Maybe put a sign.
You thought it was over, didn't you?
If you paint like fire on the side of it, like a Subaru wagon, like
does it strengthen the overall value of the vehicle?
Does that become a hot rod if you do firing flames on the side?
If you want that to be the hot rod indicator, then yes, that's whatever makes you feel.
Just slap on some Asian writing on it.
Yes,
be awesome.
Yes, right. Like Fast and the Furious style for sure. What's that song? Tokyo Drift? Is that what it's called?
Oh, here it comes.
Hang a bunch of bedazzled COVID masks.
Yes.
There it is.
Let's go.
This is how we know that it's a car show.
That's right. I say that Tokyo Drift. And I don't understand the words of the song.
Yeah.
In what language is it? Chinese?
I think it's Korean.
Korean? Okay.
No, probably Japanese.
Okay.
I would imagine
where drifting started, Tokyo Drift.
Well, yeah, that makes the most sense, right?
That's the only place I've ever seen it. But then again, like that was a movie, but then you actually see like real drift drivers are like European.
Yeah.
So it's like entire leagues of it.
Yeah. So anyway, but if you have, maybe you're like Seth Weathers and you got that 77 TA.
That would be there at the Hot Rod.
Man, you would want
show.
the old freaking Smokey and the Bandit car.
Put the money in there, go show it off.
$20, go show that thing off.
And this is right downtown Smyrna, which is right over there by the community center.
First Baptist Church,
Yes.
benefiting Smyrna's Public Safety Foundation. Again, September 7th, 10 until 3. But this will not be complete. This cannot happen unless
we have a request.
Our demands are met.
That's right. We have one request.
So the only way we're going to support this.
That's right.
Oh, it's going to have our support
but-
regardless. It's just that we asked for one incentive.
Yes, and I think it is Rhino wearing 80s style bike coaches shorts, the 2-snap style, you know?
Yeah.
And
tight, right?
Yes, for sure.
I
And
mean,
you're
I do squats, so.
Yeah. And
You're ready to go?
Yeah,
I'm
and
ready to
then
go.
like a striped referee shirt.
Yeah.
Because umpires don't really wear striped shirts, but I think they need to.
Now, does that need to be tight? Because then I feel like I'm getting into like some kind of weird
yeah, maybe
parade.
Yeah.
or
You know what? Maybe you don't have to have that. I just don't.
But the shorts, I think, are
I don't
important.
think. I think those are naturally tight. I don't think they come any other way.
If I wear like police style sunglasses and a headband along with those shorts and a loose referee shirt, then I think I'm okay.
Yeah, man. But the thing is, Rhino has played
And my cowboy
competitive
boots.
softball. I don't believe I'd wear cowboy boots. Not to a ball game.
Not with the bike shorts and cowboy boots.
Nah, I think it's just me. I would probably avoid that. Maybe just some like.
They might think you're mocking them at that point.
I would imagine.
Because bike shorts with like a loose ref jersey, well, now you're official.
That's right. It is.
Now you can call balls and strikes.
100%. And you play competitive softball.
Yeah.
And I think would be a good addition to this event. So
I would love to umpire for him.
I think it'd be great. Like, it's got to be home plate. We don't want Rhino in the field. We want him behind the plate. We want him in command of the game. That way, if anything breaks out, he can.
And he will take it seriously.
Yes, of course.
Despite the attire.
Yes.
He will take it seriously.
Although, I mean, every coach I ever had in my whole life wore bike coaches shorts.
Man, my dad, that's all he rocked in the 80s and early 90s. Like every baseball team that he was the coach of when I was growing up, it was he and his assistant coach, and it was always the bike shorts, 2 snaps at the top.
It wasn't weird then. Now it's a little.
No, it wasn't weird then.
Then it was like, man, this guy knows what he's doing.
Usually that was the indicator that you were a real coach, that you knew what was going on. But
now you're like, is this a Village People
seriously, it's
show?
creepy. It's a
What's
little
going
bit
on
creepy.
here? Why is that so tight?
And let me tell you, if you go to the bike website, I mean, it is just.
I just did. and
Okay,
it's
isn't it awful?
It threw me for a loop.
Dude,
Hold on,
dude.
wait,
I mean, it is dudes posing in.
What's up, brother?
Yeah, exactly. That's what it looks like. It looks like.
If you want to get an idea of this,
I'm trying to find
Google image. Coaches from Dazed and Confused. Okay, that looked like every coach in the 70s and 80s, and that was typical. The shorts went about mid-thigh, 2 snaps at the top.
That's right.
You got your shirt collared with a whistle and a hat. That was every look of coaches in the 70s and 80s.
The only thing that would change was the color, and that depended on the team. And there was the times that a bunch of my coaches, because they would coach like high school ball, and they would have. Yeah, exactly.
Wait a minute.
Do not go to bike.com.
Oh my God! Wait, this is completely different than what I would have thought.
And to recognize that this is not just about high school coaches in the 70s and 80s. How about Hall of Fame coaches like William Washington? Okay, Joe Gibbs has his Super Bowl rings, and that man is in bike shorts.
That's right, dude. And that's the thing. That's why I said the only thing that changed was the color, because some of the high school coaches would coach Little League too, and they would be in completely opposite colors of whatever coach whatever team they were coaching. If their team was the Raiders and they were in maroon, and they went and coached the Little League Yellow Jackets, they were still wearing those maroon bike shorts.
Andy Reid, bike shorts in the 80s.
Is that him on the right?
Yeah. I mean, them's pretty tight,
Dude,
and they're
I'm
high
telling
up
you.
on the leg.
Dude, I'm telling you.
But if Rhino wore bike shorts with some sort of umpire's attire, I think he should be allowed to call balls and strikes at the event.
So too. Look,
Okay.
So we would like if somebody from Smyrna could call us and let us know that we're good to go.
I'm just
there.
gonna throw this up on the poll on Twitter, on my account here, and then the extra account, and I got a picture of the bike shorts.
Yeah, man.
And
Look
someone
at that.
modeling them for us. and just going to make sure.
Is that Parcells?
Early 90s, Parcells with the Patriots, blue bike shorts.
But that
Wow,
shirt
look at
that he was
look
wearing.
At the belly hanging through.
Yeah, but he's also wearing the bag. You got to sweat a little bit while he's out there.
I remember some of the rich kids, and there were very few in Dalton, Georgia, where I was growing up, but they didn't have to wear the garbage bag to cut weight when they were wrestling or whatever. They actually had a shirt designed to do that made them sweat or whatever. That looks like what Bill Parcells with that shiny shirt. Like that looked like one of those shirts. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I used to have one, but it was only for when I pitched, so that you stayed hot, you stayed warm.
Yeah, makes sense. Goodness. All right, so if you if you don't mind, the folks out in Smyrna, we would like a Rhino behind the plate.
Okay.
To call balls and strikes at the Smyrna Public Safety Foundation's Hot Rods and Heroes Car Show and the Battle of the Badges softball game, September 7th, Smyrna First Baptist Church from 10 until 3.
Mr. Umpire to you.
That's right. And you will speak with respect, sir, or I will sit you down.
Yeah.
To the showers.
You could call me Blue.
That's right. Yeah, Blue works. Yeah. Blue,
Come on, Blue.
Come on.
That was a strike.
Blue. He's a good Blue. He'll
I'll
get the
throw
next
you
one right. That's what we always used to say. He's a good Blue. He'll get the next one right.
That's right.
The influence over America from the mainstream media is incredible, but the cracks are starting to show. Next, after a Fox News update on Extra 106.3. The Kimmer Show is only on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
It was 1876. Thomas Edison received a patent for his mimeograph machine. The ones with that purple ink that usually you can't read, but the sniff test.
You'd smell them.
Smelling those mimeograph sheets.
And we got high as kite.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
If you notice any cracks in your foundation, they are not going to go away. They need to be addressed as soon as possible to reduce additional costs that come with repair. Ramjack is the best company in the industry for repairing your foundation. We have the highest quality products in the nation. So, if you are experiencing foundation problems, please contact us at ramjack.com/Atlanta or call us at 770-502-8881. That's 770-502-8881.
I enjoy a good night's sleep, and I like to breathe while I'm sleeping. My wife appreciates that, too. That's why I wear a CPAP. You want the right machine. You want expert advice. You want all the supplies that go with it. You get it all at CPAPs, etc. in Alpharetta. Machines, masks, tubing, filters, cleaning supplies, all of it, and they ship nationwide. Walk-ins, by the way, are welcome. CPAPs, etc. Alpharetta, CPAPSETC.com.
Weather's warming up, and I can't wait to get to the ranch this summer, to paint, to roam. Cool summer nights with my family, being out by the campfire. I remember when I couldn't do a lot of these things because the altitude created a constant, unbearable pain for me. My wife, Tanya, insisted that I tried Relief Factor. I didn't think it would work for me. It's a 100% drug-free daily supplement. It's supposed to help your body fight pain naturally. I mean, I went to the best doctors in the world and they couldn't help me. I didn't think this would work. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients. It doesn't just mask the pain. It reduces or even eliminates it by reducing the inflammation in your body. Wherever you're hurting, back, neck, joint, muscles, in 3 weeks or less, you will start to feel the difference all day, every day. I've been taking Relief Factor for years now, and it has truly changed my life. ReliefFactor.com. 800-4-RELIEF. 800-4-RELIEF. Save on your first order. 800-4-RELIEF. ReliefFactor.com.
I'm Chad Pergram with the Speakers Lobby. A summer breeze swept across Capitol Hill over the past few weeks. Not the summer breeze that Seals and Crofts sing about, but a political summer breeze, which made lawmakers run like the wind for the exits. To quote Gino Vannelli, lawmakers from both sides of the aisle declared, "I just want to stop," and vacated Washington for the summer. One is wise to embrace this miniature respite in governance. So here's the lowdown. One can describe this period in terms of yacht rock. Yacht rock impresario Rupert Holmes would characterize this as an escape. And do you really need more of a reason to blend a pina colada? You expect Congress to accomplish much for the rest of the year? Doubtful. But in the words of the Doobie Brothers, what a fool believes. A farm bill? Hey, wrong genre. This is yacht rock. Talk to John Cougar Mellencamp or Neil Young about that one. Enjoy the recess now, because Congress will return soon enough. With the Speakers Lobby, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Pete, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
Kamala Harris said, "We want dignity for all people. We want to recognize the pride that all people have to freedom and liberty, especially those that are about heart and home." I don't know what the phrase pride to freedom means. Word salad.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Van Sant Law, vansantlaw.com.
The economy is the focus of the campaign. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
We're not going to let this incompetent socialist lunatic keep breaking our economy for 4 more years. It'll destroy our country.
Former President Trump in Asheville, North Carolina.
On Election Day, we're going to tell her that we've had enough.
Blaming Vice President Harris and the administration for record illegal immigration and inflation.
When Kamala lays out her fake economic plan this week, probably will be a copy of my plan because basically, that's what she does.
He also got personal again, calling her not smart, making fun of her laugh. A new Fox News poll gives him a 1-point lead over the vice president, with more voters trusting the former president on the economy. Now, today, she will focus on lowering prices at an event in Maryland with President Biden.
But Axios says Harris wants to distance herself from her boss, writing this. She wants to break with Biden on issues on which he's unpopular. First up, rising prices. This is part of a highly choreographed effort to define herself, in some cases redefine herself as a different kind of Democrat. Now, the break is expected when Harris stumps on the economy in the Tar Heel state tomorrow.
Fox's Griff Jenkins. The day that talks resume, trying to get a ceasefire in Gaza, Palestinian officials say the number of people killed in Israel's war against Hamas has topped 40,000. 85% of Palestinians have been displaced from their homes. As for the talks in Qatar,
while the Americans, Egyptians, and Qataris will be there, it's unknown if Hamas will participate. We are still looking at the possibility of a 3-phase agreement. The first phase could see up to 30 living hostages released. The deal would end a reconstruction project in Gaza and look forward to support the vulnerable Palestinian population affected by the war.
Fox's Trey Ingston, Haifa, Israel. Another college president has resigned. Columbia University in New York, one of many campuses where pro-Palestinian protests raged in the spring and got violent. America's listening to Fox News.
Small business owners, we know tackling your to-do list can sometimes feel like going 12 rounds against a heavyweight champ. Except that heavyweight's gloves are made of something hard, like diamonds. So when a new to-do pops up, you're like, I can't. I'm boxing my diamond boxing glove-wearing heavyweight champ of a to-do list. At Progressive, we don't want to make your day any harder. That's why we make it easy with over 30 customizable coverage options, so you can finally land a knockout blow. See if you can save on business insurance in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Coverage provided and serviced by affiliated and third-party insurers.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit ConsumerCellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by September 2nd, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
You may know Bortz is back, but not everyone else does. Tell anyone who loves America, Bortz is back on the radio in Atlanta, and his new home is Extra 106.3. Listen to him now on the Extra 106.3 app.
Well, and I know we're going to get into this later in the show, but it should probably not surprise you, but at the same time scare you to death that every single person in America has had their Social Security number, all their pertinent information, home, address, their birth date, everything that is you, all the information that's out there about you has been hacked. It is available. Everybody, everyone. Like, there's no one that escapes it. Everyone.
And remember when we were called paranoid?
Yes.
For just some of the things that we point out about your information being out there and your data, and then you have this.
Yeah. And it shouldn't be a surprise. I mean, Facebook just had to pay Texas and Ken Paxton, who's a fantastic AG, they had to pay him $1.4 billion of the state of Texas because they realized that every time Meta is every time you use your face to open your phone, they've been capturing that and using it and have allowed that to happen. Not only them, Google and everybody else have been paying off. And again, these are they're settling. Okay, they're not winning in these cases. They're settling because they don't want to lose more money in these cases. And they've been spying on us for so long that they actually keep our facial imprints so that they can use them for facial recognition later on.
Imagine what TikTok's probably doing right now.
Oh, it's all over China.
Dude, every shred of information that you could possibly... And they will use it in the most nefarious of ways, no question.
Well, information's power.
Yeah.
And it all depends on how you want to use it. For instance, you have your tracker device on your wrist that keeps track of everything about you and sends that to everyone, including your insurance companies. And that's what Tug's like. Tug's compliant. He's like, track everything on me.
I hate it. Dude, I'm telling you. Do you know that I have my actual watch stolen? That's the only reason I have not gone back to my regular watch.
But if you notice...
I hate the Apple Watch.
With our app... and again, we are a lot of app listeners.
Are you not wearing it?
Yeah, I hate it. Despise it.
Then why are you wearing it if you hate it?
I don't know.
Because he makes the trade-off mentally.
No.
I'm looking right now at your blood pressure on my computer, and it's raising because of it.
But
Take it off.
Do you think that this provides more information than your phone does? Because it doesn't. It's about the same. You know, I mean,
all it's doing is similar to our app. The point I was making is that you don't enter any of your personal data into our app, but the value we get from you using our app is that we know where our listeners are, and so it's a trade-off. But
without a doubt. But
you're not willing to trade off all of your personal data, like your social security number and everything else.
And this group that's hacked it is called USDOD. 2.7 billion records earlier this year from the National Public Data Foundation, or which is, I guess, a company. But they provide personal information to employers, private investigators, doing background checks. Anything that there is to be known about you that is available now is being sold on the dark web. And apparently this hacking group, USDOD, is saying they'll sell it to anybody for $3.5 million, which is, I mean, seems like cost effective if you're a criminal.
Yeah, I mean, they do.
Feels pretty good. Good day at work, right?
But think about how many times we've paid terrorist groups, whether it's a cyber terrorist or anyone else. I mean, we know the Harris-Biden administration continues to pay for terrorism or for kidnappings of journalists, things like that. We've already paid ransom notes ransoms from cyber companies to get back the Colonial Pipeline, among other things. So, yeah, I mean, it's a business that people go into because we continue to pay these ransoms.
And it's not going to change, because the more we do online, the more available this is to be. I mean, at this point, there's nothing left. I mean, there's nothing left.
Well, the idea has always been, well, they'll never get your social security number and all your other information out there.
No.
Like, you'll trade off where you live or some information about your personal email address, but you'll never get your big pertinent data until they get all your big pertinent data.
Yeah.
Now what you going to do? What you going to do now? You know,
I mean,
what's the Eddie Murphy skit?
What's the answer at this point? I mean, we can do anything with technology. We can't shut down the dark web. I mean, I'd have to imagine that Bill Gates, who is no dummy by any means, let's go to Apple and some of their big programmers, Elon Musk. We have some of the most brilliant minds, and that's just here. What about all over the world? That brilliant minds who work on computers. We can't shut down a dark web.
Well, I mean, we probably
can't
could
shut that portal. I mean, it'll reopen, but
yes, it will. And somebody,
but at what expense?
Somebody, when they shut it all down, right? Then there will be some country like, let's say, China, and they go to a organization that helped with shutting all that down. It's like, hey, we'll give you $100 million if you fire it right back up. I mean, it's
right.
It's you're never going to end it. So today you should probably, I don't know, put a credit freeze. If you're, what is it, the credit agencies, you can put a freeze on your credit so nobody can open a credit card.
So nobody can open up anything in your name.
Dude, you need to be doing that today.
Yeah.
Every single person listening right now needs to do that today. I'm going to.
Yeah, you have to make it a point so that you have to be contacted personally if someone chooses to open up a credit card in your name, even yourself.
That's right, exactly. You have to go in and unfreeze it, and then you can open up a credit card. But, I mean, at this point...
I haven't done it in years, but this is the exact reason why you do it.
Why you do it 100%. So just something to keep in mind. because
good luck opening a credit card in my name.
You know, but the thing is, though, if they have your home address, your name, your social security number, if your phone numbers, dude, they could call any bank.
Sure.
Doesn't even have to be the bank you bank with.
Yeah,
and be like,
exactly.
hi, my name's Scott Rhino. I need to, and they have all your information.
I just got a new job, being paid $1.25 million a year.
Yeah, but I mean, there's all kinds of things that can be done to get into your personal life and your banking accounts and any other accounts, your email accounts. I mean, dude.
I mean,
let's
we
not
might as well.
pretend email is a treasure trove.
Yeah, it really is. We might as well just put pictures of our social security cards up on the web now at this point.
Yeah,
the way everybody. I mean, everybody has. It's out there.
Yeah,
Everybody's information is out there.
For sure. Anyway, just thought we'd open that up because it's something you do need to do. And Los is on transunion.com right now.
Just taking a look at their freeze. I haven't had to do this in a decade.
And does it matter which one you use, whether Experian, TransUnion?
No, it's all supposed to be the same.
Okay.
It's all supposed to create a freeze across every one of your credit accounts. And the last time I did it was only because when we were trying to buy our home 14 years ago, there was a random $5,400 purchase that had been associated to my account, and it was for a headstone in Miami. And somebody apparently decided, well, we'll just assign it to a Carlos Medina because the person who bought it was a Carlos Medina.
Well, that's a good enough reason.
It was a good enough reason. So it took 3 months for it to come off my credit.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. It's the craziest. So make sure you do that today. Seriously, I know it seems, maybe it seems like a waste of time, but I really think you should do it today just because of this. And just leave your credit frozen until you need it, and then you turn it off and you use it when needed. I've told y'all I'm convinced that the mainstream media sways everywhere. We got a call. Oh, okay, 404-74. Oh, Slatu, what's up, man? Quickly, what's on your mind?
Hey, quickly, the problem is not opening credit card. The problem is January 1st when people start filing taxes.
Yeah,
they
absolutely.
Might start filing taxes for
That's
you,
right.
And then you're gonna.
Yeah, and they siphon off your return.
Siphon off your return.
That's exactly right. But that is getting into bank accounts and all that stuff. So, Slatu, you're exactly right.
It's all tied together. When they got all that data, they got a lot of opportunity.
They certainly do. Goodness gracious,
man!
Platoon got you.
Yeah,
all
you know what they did?
up.
They went in your Apple Watch. They're shutting you up right now.
Absolutely, we're gonna grab him by the throat.
Give him the Darth Vader feel.
Yeah. Just
Don't let
lure
him
me
talk.
in.
Swatoon came in here and just put you in your place.
Yeah. I told y'all many times the mainstream media, I feel like, sways so many people just because of the amount of information that they share. And 96% of it's all from the same point of view. Even smart people. They convince even smart people to believe things that aren't true. And then they base their voting on that. My Aunt Peg, we talked about her a million times. She's that same way. She's never been, never opened her eyes to the possibility that she's being misled by the mainstream media. And she is every day. So Elon Musk shared this post, and I thought it was really smart. It was a man who had just heard the full context of the Charlottesville statement from Donald Trump, good people on both sides. His name is Mark Pincus. He's the creator of Zynga Games. This is not a dumb dude. And then there was a great thread of people realizing the truth. And it's not coming from the media. It's from people waking up and actually going, hey, maybe I should go back and see what Donald Trump actually said versus what I'm told he said.
Took him 4 years.
Yeah, but how many people are the exact same way that are not as dialed in as this dude?
We had someone on Fox News last week who had uttered the line about injecting bleach.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And when you have these things that are reinforced by a president, I like to say it's because that's what Joe has in his mind, but it's really what gets put in Joe's mind at this point.
For sure.
But yeah, it's interesting that you have people that will go back and actually look at the full context of things and realize, wow, I've been lied to for this long and no one told me the truth.
He said, this is the best example of how we've all been manipulated by the mainstream media and Democrats. I finally saw the whole video, and it was a few months ago, and it was my holy F moment, he said. Trump condemned the Nazis. He's referring to
people that were taking down statues.
Yeah,
that's exactly right. And he said seek out the truth for yourself. He's like, it doesn't mean you should vote for Donald Trump, but take the red pill. Wake up and see how much the mainstream media and Democrats are lying to us to serve their own narrative.
Mm-hmm.
This is what we say every day. Yeah. This is not a dumb man. And it took, like you're saying, 4 years.
4 years to go, hey, maybe I should look into what they're telling me.
And then all of a sudden it's there. There's another dude named Sean McGuire. Dude works for Sequoia Capital. He's a Cal Tech Physics PhD, not a dumb man. He said, remember when in Charlottesville when Trump called the neo-Nazis very fine people? Only when I saw the full clip today did I realize that's not at all what he said.
Not even close.
Not even close. But the mainstream media manipulates people on a daily basis. Really smart people. But if you hear it from every point of view, every newscast, every website, every radio broadcast, then eventually it just becomes accepted truth, even though it's not. And that's why when yesterday when we were talking about the mainstream media, and I said Kamala can win because so many people do not realize what the mainstream media is feeding them is bullcrap. And here's two examples of brilliant, successful people that finally woke up and were like, oh my God, I've been misled for at least 4 years.
Yeah, but you know what? I mean, is it going to change the people who want to be delusional about this or who want to continue to spread this? No. And that's what they do. They get to these young kids that continue to spread the same lies. The entire clip tells a whole different story and always has. And when, I mean, that's why we never fell for it. We actually went and watched the entire clip. And I did as soon as people started talking about it and realized, hold on 1 second. He just said these people, these neo-Nazis are disgusting people and they have no room in our, society. We don't want them. But you need to know that not all the people that were in this crowd are that. Some people were just protesting that they didn't want statues taken down. There's a better way to have a discussion. That was the conversation that was had. And when people want to manipulate everybody else's thoughts, it's going to work. It doesn't matter if you're smart, you're dumb, it's just one of those things that people need to wake up on their own. You can't do it for them. They're not going to come running over here from CNN to come listen to us to be red-pilled. You would hope that the CNNs and the mainstream medias would start telling the truth, but they never will.
No, of course
it's
not.
never going to change.
Well, we're in a social media environment where everyone gets 140 characters to then go, all right, so that's what's happening.
Yeah.
And then that's what they go with. Very rarely is there a follow-up question. It's just, I got the data I need, let me keep it moving. That's the fast pace of life. And we have conditioned our society to basically think in just that amount, a hummingbird type of evaluation.
That's right.
If we were to say something as simple and direct as George Floyd died of a fentanyl overdose, do you realize how crazy that sounds to people that have never heard that?
That's exactly right, dude. But that's the power of mainstream media, and that's why Kamala Harris has a better than 50% odds of winning this election because of people just like those that talked about, Mark Pincus and Sean McGuire. The fact that they are waking up is wonderful, dude. It's great. But as Rhino said, how many hundreds of millions aren't?
If I happen to be running the Democrat campaign for Harris and Walz, and I was realizing that any time this woman gets in front of crowds, then she starts speaking off prompter that we have a problem, I'm going to say, here's the next 3 months. She's never going to do an interview.
Ever. Why would she?
She's not going to do an interview. She's not going to give out real policy. And I feel that I've done a good enough job with my ground game to help bring in millions of new voters and ballot harvested that I don't even need a politician to speak in front of the public anymore. I proved that in 2020.
The damage you do for her speaking is way more.
It hurts my machine.
Right, but just not speaking to the media, you take some heat. Yeah, it gets brought up.
Who cares? By who?
Stephen A. Smith, people like him have brought it up. Charlemagne the God have brought it up. So it gets brought up.
Yep. But now they're traitors.
But probably so. But it has so little impact because nobody's really pushing the issue. So that heat is not nearly as damaging as her actually speaking.
Can we pretend that the media is not on their side for a second?
Yeah, please.
Sure.
Because when you say, look at the heat they're taking for not doing... No, the media is pretending to be upset by it.
Of course.
The media is pretending to be upset that she won't talk to them. Now, there's a couple people who stepped out of line, like Stephen A. Smith questioning it, but he's not part of that, this part of the media, this part of this machine.
Because he's focused on sports.
He's doing his thing. If I was to tell him, Stephen A., You realize that CNN acting like they're trying to get an interview with President Harris, with Vice President Harris. Do you realize that they're just sitting back going, but if she keeps rejecting it, that works out better for us.
It works out better for us because, in reality, they don't care what the message is. They just want Trump out. They want Republican control out, and CNN and MSNBC are all going to run the same lies. The only thing, there is no policy for her to talk about. There are no issues for her to talk about. There's no agenda for her.
If she wants to win.
It's already been passed down. Well, you would think, right? But in their eyes, they can win by saying, we're the joyful party. This is the new thing. Spread joy. Okay, that's what Ilhan Omar says that she won on, is that she's the joyful candidate. And here is their policy. This is a picture of Tim Walton and Kamala Harris I'm looking at right now. Spreading joy, spreading kindness, spreading hope, spreading love. This ticket will win. That's all they have. You know what? Like they like to say with thoughts and prayers, your joy, kindness, and hope do nothing for my pocketbook, buddy. It doesn't do anything for the American people. Hope and prayer works more than anything else. But at the same time, still, it's about what's going on in the economy. It's about what's going on the border. I don't care about any of it. Joy, give me policy. She won't do it, and the media will cover for that. They don't care.
She's been promised as of now that she's going to give us we're going to give you our political stance. We're going to give you our policy decisions next week. I'll believe it when I see it.
Next week will never come.
No. It'll be, we're
it's
getting
a
around
corporate
to it.
attack.
Yeah.
All they're doing is it's all pandering and lies. Women rights, and we're going to attack corporations.
It infuriates me that it took you this many years to watch the whole clip. I'm glad you finally opened your eyes. But what took you so long? That was a response to Mark Pincus. He said to that, I never knew there was a longer clip. How many other people are being influenced daily by that same issue, that same problem? They have no idea.
And George Floyd, the initial state medical examiner,
such a great example,
did not have him dying of asphyxiation. He died of having 3 times the normal amount of fentanyl in his body, and the response he was having was according to somebody who's ODing. But when you need a political narrative in 2020, what do?
There you go. You go make one up. You go create one. And another person responded
with an image to make people go, no.
Oh, my goodness. That was an nth of a second and not real. Trump made fun of a disabled person. That racist Trump mocked a Native American. That Trump doesn't want to take a picture with an amputee because it looks bad. All of those are narratives that aren't real, that are in the media, and people accept it as truth. It's unbelievable. Next on the Morning Extra, we'll knock out the headlines. And the best plan for Kamala Harris is to make sure that Trump is locked up before the election. Or is it? We'll answer that question on Extra 106.3, the Morning Extra. The Kimmer Show is only on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
It was 1876. Thomas Edison received a patent for his mimeograph machine. The ones with that purple ink that usually you can't read, but, the sniff test.
You smell them.
Smelling those mimeograph sheets.
And we got high as kite.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Good morning, Atlanta. It's Front Office Lowe's. Let's talk about Exmark. And where do you get that Exmark equipment? You know where to do that at. Your local Howard Brothers are locally owned, locally operated. They take care of you. There's nothing better than the scent of fresh cut grass. If you know that, because we're getting near the end of the year, I'm getting that last few cuts, hopefully before my yard gets to go dormant. Well, I still want to make it look good. So what do? Well, I use the equipment I pick up from Howard Brothers. In this case, if you want to talk to them, to a team member about Exmark power equipment, well, that'll help you get the work done faster, get it done better, so that your yard looks as good as anybody's in the neighborhood. You're going to fall in love with the cutting quality and the ease of use that Exmark zero-turn mowers offer you. Those zero turns, state-of-the-art. They're awesome. You just go over to Howard Brothers, talk to the folks over there. They'll be happy to show it to you, happy to demonstrate it for you. And then when you make that purchase, happy to help you maintain that Exmark mower. What are you waiting for? If all the pros in Atlanta are going over to Howard Brothers to grab those Exmarks, maybe you should too. It is available over at the Howard Brothers locations. The grass is always greener when you take care of it with Exmark and with Howard Brothers.
Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watch Company, where quality and value make the difference. Locally owned and located in Sandy Springs, offering you the finest selection of unique diamonds, sapphires, rubies, and emerald jewelry, as well as other fine gemstones. Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watches has been servicing Rolex watches for over 30 years, and their Rolex-trained watchmaker will service your watch in their state-of-the-art Rolex service center in their store. Lee Brandt uses only genuine Rolex parts, and their estimates are free. Drop by Lee Brandt in the Trader Joe's shopping center in Sandy Springs or visit LeeBrandt.com.
Hi, this is Ben.
And I'm Walt from Horizon Background Screening. There are two ways that we generally help businesses. First, as they're going through the hiring process with people, help them to find the criminal history. If somebody's on the sex offender registry, needless to say, most companies need to screen those people out. If they're going to be driving a vehicle, if they're going to be in people's houses, we need to make sure that we understand what their history is to protect your company and to protect your clients, but also to protect your employees.
Our pre-employment background checks, FCRA compliant. We're going to make sure you stay good with the EEOC, all those kind of things. Our PI stuff is going to be a little bit different. We can dig a little bit deeper. We have different avenues, and we can get into kind of the weeds of things, which on those kind of cases we want to do. 25 plus years, we've just been blessed with growth and have basically become a nationwide provider of both pre-employment background checks and private investigative services.
The best way for people to find us is on our website. A quick Google search of Horizon Background Screening, or look at us at horizonscreening.com.
Hey there, I'm Tara, owner and publisher of Our Town Monthly, Cobb's premier lifestyle magazine. I'm here today with the owners of Diaz and Gaeta, and they have some breaking news for you.
That's right, Tara. We moved to a new location. I'm Giovanni Diaz, co-owner of Diaz and Gaeta. My partner Zachary Gaeta and I realized the need was growing more and more for legal representation. So we decided to grow too. Visit us at 2400 Herodian Way Southeast, Suite 275 in Smyrna, next to the Battery.
We are 13 years in practice with 6 attorneys on staff. We specialize in personal injury, immigration, criminal defense. We are a multilingual office and always offer free consultations. We are passionate about helping people. Consultations are scheduled with the law partners, and we maintain contact with our clients. We don't build walls between clients and attorneys.
Wow, guys, sounds like a lot of exciting things are going on at Diaz and Gaeta. Reach out with confidence, knowing these amazing attorneys will be working on your case and walking you through the entire process. And remember, Our Town is your town at Our Town Monthly.
Hey, it's Tug from my friends, the Frost family of First Liberty Building and Loan. You hear about their family's company all the time here on Extra 106.3. First Liberty has helped hundreds of small businesses grow by saying yes when the big banks say no. On Wall Street, opportunities to earn big returns are everywhere. But for Main Street investors, those opportunities are hard to find. Until now. Our First Liberty notes are now open to qualified Main Street investors, paying interest rates of 8 to 13% while helping fuel the growth of small businesses right here in Georgia. With a few basic qualifications and with as little as $25,000, qualified Main Street investors just like you can earn an 8 to 13% interest rate. If this is you, they'd love to hear from you. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com and consider joining the First Liberty family today. That's FirstLibertyGA.com. FirstLibertyGA.com.
First Liberty notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. Purchasers must verify their SEC accredited investor status. Securities are not being offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful.
No traffic, no big deal. It's the Morning Extra on 106.3.
Tug, Rhino, and Lowe's on the Morning Extra until 10. Then Beck, Clay, and Buck, and the local afternoon show with the Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder Kimmer Show 3 until 6. Now, anybody in the South knows you don't schedule a wedding during college football season. I did see yesterday on Twitter, now called X, but nobody calls it X, everybody calls it Twitter. So we're just going to stick with that. That some dude was like, grow up, we could do a wedding in the fall. And I'm like, who is this guy? He cannot be a Southern man. He cannot be a college football fan because nobody in their right mind would ever schedule a wedding in the fall. So that, I think we can all mutually agree on. What about charging people to come to your wedding? Is that a better idea? Because I tell you, I'm not sure it is.
I'm not going to any of your weddings if you charge me. And
I don't want to go to your wedding for free.
I mean, really?
I mean, let's be honest. Even people that I know and like, I don't want to go to a wedding. Going to a wedding's terrible. My wife loves going to weddings. Me, personally, I do not. So charging me to go to your wedding would be stupid.
What would get you guys to a wedding? Like, if I was doing a wedding and it was a Saturday and I had big screens and Georgia and a big tailgate party.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
Would you come to that wedding? Like, what would get you to a wedding? Because I'm with you. As much as I love my friends, I don't want to go to your weddings. Like, I really just don't. Because then I have to buy you a gift and all that. You're already charging me. Then, so if you charge me, do I have to bring a gift too? That's the other question.
Well, get this. This couple charging people $333 a person. Their wedding was $150,000 by charging every person they invited $333. They saved around $70,000.
$150,000 out the gate. That's the numbers they were starting at. And I said, wait, people choose to go to Beyonce's concerts because they know that they're going to have an experience. Let's put the stress on the guests and let's sell tickets to our wedding.
I was like, babe, people aren't going to come. Who do you guys think you are?
Beyonce and Jay-Z?
I mean, it's nuts, dude.
It's kind of low down because this is just sort of like the accepted expenditure of what you have that goes on. If it was me and I was charging, it's only because, hey, by the way, we brought ourselves a musical act.
Yeah, we got Toad the Wet Sprocket to come play.
Somebody's going to be playing our wedding, and it's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
But hey, understand this is going to cost us this.
Point, right? Though, is like, what would you
have to do in order to say, like, to get me to show up to your wedding? Typically, it's, hey, just if it's going to be a good time and there's going to be a few screens or whatever, like, cool. If you told me I had to pay to go to your wedding, I'd be like, "Who's playing?"
Yeah, right. Seriously.
And if you told me it was something cool, I'd be like, "All right, I'm in."
Yeah,
give my money,
dude. It's gonna have to be somebody good for $333 because that's $666 for you and girlfriend Aaron, me.
Sure.
And
if
Laura,
you told me it was 150 a piece,
huh?
Like if you told me it was 150 a piece,
okay.
And so let's just say, for instance,
$300 total for you.
So let's just say $300 total, and that's going to be, obviously the food, obviously the booze. Plus, we're going to be able to see a show and go to your wedding. Okay, that sounds a little bit more realistic to me.
But it's got to be a good act, though.
I was going to say, it's got to be the act.
Or for $300 to go somebody's wedding.
$300, I want to be over here at Truist Park and being my wedding party playing against the Atlanta Braves.
Well,
I want something fun.
I mean, that's good.
Well, of course I can't pull that off. I also don't think I could pull off charging $300 a person.
Fair point.
Like $300 a person, like that's.
But I mean, realistic. Like what? Because you said what would get you to go. I mean, that I don't think that's real. Is that realistic?
$300 a person is SEC championship game prices. Maybe. Like if I'm going to go see Georgia play Alabama or whoever in the SEC championship game, that's typically been like a $200 to $300 per ticket.
Sure.
So I get it for that. But I'm getting the game, and I'm getting the whole day, and I'm getting all that. You're going to
before and after.
You're going to have to tell me that you have some sort of rock act playing your wedding, and they're doing like a 30-minute hour set.
Yeah, you can't give me a one-hit wonder. You're not doing Taco when they sing "Putting on the Ritz" to open, and then in the middle, and then at the end. Well, because they would have to. It was like when Toby Keith first came out. His first few shows, he would open with "Should Have Been a Cowboy" and close with it.
Yeah, we're doing our first dance to Devo's "Whip It," and here's Devo.
That's right.
Devo.
That's what I'm saying, though. I'm not paying $666 to go see Devo.
That's what I'm saying. There's no way.
It would have to be like better than Ezra, who has 5, 6, 7 hits.
I'm glad that you mentioned that because that's the only one that I could justify where they do well. They do 3,000 to 5,000 on a show. But they'll play like a local corporate sort of thing if necessary.
Oh my gosh, yeah, dude, making good money.
There was something really funny listening to the Joe Rogan podcast when they had on Adam Sandler, and they talked about the difference in comedians working corporate events versus, like they said, Paul McCartney does one. And they're like, wow, they paid for Paul McCartney. Exactly. And they're like, but he kills it. And he goes, but then you go out there the next year and you're trying to tell jokes and people are like hesitant about what they should laugh at and what they should do. They're like, it's terrible. But those bands will play. They'll play at those things.
I like what Stephanie said here on Twitter. She said, if you want to host a shared party with friends, go for it. If you want a wedding and you're inviting people, it's tacky.
I agree with that.
She's exactly right. Ask people to pay for something you can't afford, just elope. I agree. Now, if it's a destination wedding, like, my former sister-in-law, I paid to go to Mexico for our family to enjoy that
you made
wedding.
A trip out. You made a vacation out of it.
It's
got to be an event.
If I was doing a huge event, like, hey guys, I'm having a huge party, I want everybody to be a part of it. Look, here's what I, need to do it. Then we got married. Maybe that would be kind of cool. But otherwise, to tell people, here's my wedding invitations. Here's how much my wedding is going to cost. But I need you guys to pay for it. Plus, bring a gift.
I'm just saying that when you have like New Year's Eve, you'll have people that'll spend $100 per ticket to be at this event that has a DJ and to give away food and booze and everything else. If you told me it was $150, it's because there's an act. And you know what? Maybe there's a wedding at it for the first 15, 20 minutes, and then boom, it's a big party. Okay. I could see melding of the two, but it better be one awesome party.
It better be something good.
Yeah.
Because if it's just a regular old wedding and somebody's, rented a wedding space here in town and they're going to charge you for it.
Right.
Just because they're going to feed you and give you, because usually it's beer and wine. It's not like it's cocktails, you know what I mean? Which I'm not knocking at all, but I'm just saying that's what it is. And you're going to charge somebody $666. First of all, that's the devil number. So why in the world would you charge that?
First off, it's the devil number.
Add 50 cents to the end of it if you're going to rip people off and make it not 666. Dear Lord. Oh, my.
No, there's a way to do this, but I don't agree with them trying to do $300.
No, it's so freaking crazy, dude. That's just nuts. When you could just... I like the elope idea and everybody go to Mexico and just show up for the big party down there.
What if I was to say, hey, listen, they haven't played together for 20-some years... But because it's our party, because of who it is, hey, REM's going to play an hour.
Oh, my gosh. Yes.
I'm just saying that's what it's got to be. It's got to be something cool like that. Where I'm like, here's my $150 and here's what we're doing.
Love REM.
And I can't wait to watch you get married, and then let's do this for an hour.
Okay. Now you're talking. Yeah. I like it. Dude, I'm in.
It's got to be something along those lines.
Yeah, it's got to be something memorable. It's got to be some reason to go do it.
And the only reason that Michael Stipe is doing it is because he looks at Rhino and goes, I always appreciated someone to help you. I've loved you for a long time, and we'll do it.
There we go. I'm in. Dude, I'm totally in. I think that's great.
You know all those rumors that Tupac's alive and living in Cuba?
Here he is, everyone.
Here he is. He's at our wedding. And you can be there for $666.
Tupac Shakur.
Sounds good. $667.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, dude. Exactly.
Right,
but I think that's the point.
I'm still, you know what? I'm still skipping it probably. I don't know.
Yeah, it's still $667.
I still got eggs to buy.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Well, but they're going to feed you for the night. So maybe
that's fair.
They
better.
Yeah.
Like if I get one of those crappy wedding plates, I'm going to be pissed.
I spent $300.
Here's your overdone chicken, a piece of broccoli, and some green slime on the plate to make it look pretty.
No, thank you.
Anyway, thanks.
I just, when I saw that, I was like, this is nuts. And I had heard about this happening with a different couple. And it was, I can't remember where I read it. Because I remember bringing it up to my wife. I was like, could you imagine somebody doing this? And she was like, no. And she likes going to weddings. Not me. Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. When they send Trump to prison next month, or they at least attempt to, is that going to be enough to seal the deal? Because look, Kamala Harris at this point, she has no policy. Everything she touched has fallen apart. She's tied to everything that Joe Biden's done, which has been a complete disaster. And this looks like the golden parachute a little bit, Rhino. Mm-hmm. But is it really? Because it's yet to work. So this line of thinking maybe needs to be rethought about.
Well, listen, I don't know what the idea is behind all their rhetoric or why they want to do this, but here's the deal. Donald Trump is going to jail, or at least going to be sentenced. I don't know if he'll actually go to jail. And, I think their one thought is, hey, if we get this done, then that's a great thing. We'll win this election because he'll be in jail. And I think they're just kind of overlooking it.
Sadly mistaken.
But don't expect the fact that, Judge Merchant, who is really a Democrat supporter, his daughter, we know the tie-in, and the more that comes out about his daughter and how much money they made by being a part of this trial against Donald Trump. Now, they've played a good game. And Authentic is the name of the company that she works for. And they've played this good game of saying, well, she was not a part of this, even though she's here, even though the entire company benefits from what we do with politicians and donating money. She didn't really get anything out of this, except she's a partner. Whoops. The reality of this is one thing only. Donald Trump will win even from jail. because I think it would be a huge mistake with Juan Merchant going ahead and sentencing him to jail. I think once again you reopen up that idea that, oh my gosh, after everything we've seen, and you could take every trial, you could take the woman from the other day, the grandmother who talked about Tim Walz coming from him, put it all together, and you realize there is a weaponized attack against people they don't agree with.
It shouldn't take jail and it shouldn't take prison. And that's how ridiculous it is.
To get him elected, you mean?
It shouldn't have taken him being shot.
Oh, no. yeah, for sure.
Like all of the conditions by which this country is in, I keep hearing when people are like, well, if this happens, this. And I understood when the first initial prosecution happened because we all went, man, you lock him down, you do a mugshot, that dude's winning. And that's the way it's trended. Now it's turned into, well, if we only did this, then maybe this will happen. I'm like, that dude got shot in an iconic American moment. And the entire Democrat Party went, man, we got to get rid of Joe.
Yeah.
We've got to combat this somehow, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty wild.
And there's no way to combat this if they want to play this game. I understand what they're thinking. Hey, September 18th, look at the date. And obviously, early voting, everything else is starting around that time, just started. This is a good way for them to continue down he's a 34-time convicted felon, and I'm an AG, and I've dealt with these kind of people before, and blah, blah, blah. I mean, that's the rhetoric that they have. They don't really have a platform. They have no issues. They're not doing anything to actually help all of America or protect America. That's it. And this is the other thing. Abortion, joy, hope, and Trump is a convict.
I'm curious to see if when we get around to the Democrat National Convention, because I think a lot of the whole, hey, convicted felon, he's a convict, you'll see some of it for the PACs. You haven't seen that from Harris and Walz.
Because it's not worked.
It doesn't work. And I think it actually turns people off to what has gone on and what has gone wrong with their country in this lawfare. And so I'll be curious to see if anybody at that convention, if it's strictly do not say this about this person because it makes us look bad. It makes all of our attempts over the last year to interfere with an election, it makes us have egg on our face. And the fact that we have somebody who's running for president that didn't get one single vote from any one of us until we got to this point, yeah, we look like we're a banana republic.
And then on top of that, it just absolutely shows that they're using lawfare. So it's almost bringing attention to the fact that that's what they're doing.
Try and ignore it.
Yeah, that's right.
No, I mean, the whole DNC right now is a celebration of Joe Biden. That's what it is. And Joe Biden doesn't even want that. And that's all it's going to be. But they're going to bring it up. Kamala Harris hasn't stopped calling him a convict. She hasn't stopped saying that she's a prosecutor that puts people away like him, 34-time convicted killer felons. They won't stop. They're gonna exactly. If he killed someone, he'd be out on the street the next day.
That's right. Exactly.
I just want her to at some point have an interview where we go, oh, so that's what you're really into, but it won't happen.
No, of course not.
That's what you're about. Well, it ain't gonna happen.
7 o'clock hour is brought to you by Van Sant Law. If you're in an accident, make the right call. VanSantLaw.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
All right, here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Thursday, August 15th. Gwinnett County Police are hunting for a suspect in a shooting that left a man dead off Josephine Road. Police were called to a home after neighbors heard gunshots. When they arrived, they found one man suffering from at least one gunshot wound. He died at the scene. Police are not releasing the name of the victim or the suspect and say they are still searching for the killer who fled on foot. Mayor Benjamin Cranford of Thompson, Georgia, was arrested by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation after allegedly providing inmates with alcohol while they worked in the city. The mayor was taken into custody and is booked in the McDuffie County Jail. He was charged with furnishing prohibited items to inmates and criminal attempt to commit a felony. In sports, Michael Harris made his return after 60 days on the disabled list last night in San Francisco. In his first game back, on his first at-bat, he hit his first grand slam. The first inning 4-run shot turned out to be the game winner as the Braves routed the Giants 13-2. Pitcher Grant Holmes also got his first career win with 6 strikeouts over 7 innings. The Braves will go for their 4th straight win as they wrap up the series with the Giants today at 3:45. Max Fried will be on the mound for the Braves. You can catch the action on our sister station, 680 The Fan.
Doug Rhino and Los until 10. Joe Biden starts hollering at the press, and it's not even a story anybody will report on. This dude is way far gone. The discussion next on the Morning Xtra on Xtra 106.3.
And Atlanta radio legends, proud military vets, national network experts are all on Extra 106.3.
It's going to be an interesting couple of months.
With live and local shows in the morning and afternoon, and the biggest conservative hosts in the country throughout the day. We are always here with the latest news and opinions you need.
There's no chance if the media and the Department of Justice and social media are all against you.
No traffic interruptions, no former shock jocks, just Atlanta legends you've turned to for a generation. The conservative voice of Atlanta. Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
All right, are you prepared in case of any kind of emergency? We've seen what's going on. The economy is crashing. We see the control, the authoritarian control of people like Tim Walz taking people and making sure they stay in their homes. Well, what if you had to stay in your home? What if you had to make sure that you had the essentials to live on because you need to in an emergency? I hope you're prepared, and if not, I've got your one-stop shop for emergency preparedness supplies. True Prep in Marietta on Cobb Parkway. They're your one-stop shop, and they've got everything you need, whether it's freeze-dried food, water filtration, first aid kits, firearms, firearm accessories, ammo. They have it all, and they have it all at the lowest price around. Now, if you're new to prepping and you don't know where to start, well, guess what? That's what's great about True Prep, because they are locally owned and operated by Matt and Joey, and they're two Georgia Tech engineers. They know exactly how to set you up with a great plan. You got to go visit, check out everything they have, but if not, go online and check out some of their great workshops. This weekend, they've got their intro to water filtration and storage, their long-term food storage, freeze-dried food, and Mylar demos, because you can either buy it prepackaged or do it yourself. You can check out all their great workshops. They care about the community. They even have an American Red Cross and American Heart Association certification, personal security classes. That's how much they care about their community. Go and support the people that support you. Tell them Rhino sent you over there. They'll get you started right away. They have so many great professionals over at True Prep in Marietta on Cobb Parkway. Go check out their workshops if you're new to prepping at trueprep.com. That's TRU prep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow with True Prep.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
Have you heard about Sonder and their Georgia-based Medicare Advantage health plans? Sonder Health Plans is committed to revolutionizing healthcare, making it straightforward, personal, and affordable. Call them and ask if you qualify for their fantastic $400 grocery card offer and $0 premiums. They've even got their own radio show and podcast called Weekend Wellness, dedicated to keeping all Georgians healthy and happy at every age. Call 800-331-2928 or visit SonderHealthPlans.com. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends on contract renewal.
Have you considered securing your family's future? Protecting your hard-earned assets? Navigating complex legal matters with ease? Nelson Elder Care Law is here to guide and empower you and your loved ones. As a family-owned and family-focused business, our mission is to exceed your expectations, offering absolute assurance and peace of mind. With our trademark Absolute Protection Trust and expertise in customized estate planning, Medicaid crisis solutions, probate administration, guardianship, and conservatorship, Nelson Elder Care Law protects what matters most to you. Imagine a team dedicated to safeguarding your legacy every step of the way. Our flat fees ensure transparency, and our customized plans prioritize your family's specific needs. Are you worried about protecting your family and your legacy after you're gone? Let us help you ensure you're absolutely protected from whatever curveballs life may throw your way. Schedule a complimentary legacy planning meeting with our legal team in Marietta or Woodstock today. Contact us at 678-250-9355 or visit NelsonElderCareLaw.com.
The Morning Extra has you covered until 10 a.m. Then it's Glenn Beck, Clay Travis, and Buck Sexton at noon, and the Kimmer Show taking over at 3, only on Extra 106.3.
Please, if you're in the market for any service or good, and you hear them advertising here on Extra 106.3, give them the first chance to earn your business. It's the only thing we ask, especially in the morning and the afternoon show. Those businesses, they share your values. You can always shop with people that don't care about your values, actually try to undermine your values all the time, and probably have. Sometimes it's impossible not to. But when you can, use the companies that you hear here on Extra 106.3. We'd appreciate it. I know they would too. 404-741-1230 at Extra 106.3 across social media platforms. Joe Biden is, everybody knows that he's in no shape to be the president.
He's sharper than ever. What are you talking about?
That's what they told us forever.
Yeah, it's totally fine. Look what he's done. Look at his record. It's been great.
Yeah, exactly. And yet they would still go on TV every night and tell you he's the sharpest he's ever been, and did it with no shame. Poor Joe, at this point, he knows that no one has any respect for what he's done, quote unquote done. So he gets mad. He's frustrated by everything that's happening. He's frustrated by the DNC, and he's frustrated by the media that is reporting now that he's not okay, and he's lost it on him.
It's Bitter Joe.
Yeah,
really
that's right. You said that well. Bitter Joe. He's
Bill's
mad.
back bitter.
Yeah, he's done that well.
But shouldn't he be?
Yes.
I mean, they took it away from him. He got the 14 million votes. Rhino's told you.
Yeah.
You won the primary. He's got all the votes you needed to,
Pulled
and
the
yet
rug out.
this is what they're doing. I want you to take a listen to him yesterday, because I asked the question, when he sounds like this, who's running things, okay? This is where he's going. He's trying to talk to a group of people. He starts having reporters ask him questions, and he did something that only a weird grandpa would do. You ever seen, like, when your grandpa tells you to hush?
Yeah. Hush up. You hush up.
Yeah, it's like, no, it's my turn to talk. Hush. Right. Okay, take a listen to Joe Biden yesterday.
Yes. Shh, I'm not going to answer your question. I'm talking to them first, okay? The audience first, okay? Yes, sir.
Has the U.S. beat inflation, Mr. President?
Yes. I told you we're going to have a soft landing. We're going to have a soft landing. My policies are working. Start right in that way, okay?
And Mr. President, did you know
Thank you.
You see how the wave of audio, and you can hear a little bit in the background his staff being like, thank you, everything, thank you. They're trying to get him off the stage so as not to show everyone even further that he can't handle this.
No, he can't handle it. And in fact, they went to do their whole moonshot cancer talk, and he didn't say a word. You know who did? Dr. Jill. Dr. Jill stood up there at the podium. She took all the questions. She answered all the questions. She's running the country at this point. Yeah, they took away the right for him to run for a second term. They took it away from him. These same people, these fake liars that continue to tell you that he was great, he's in good shape, then and sat and praised him for how smart and how sharp he is. They lied to the American people about that. Then they come back and go, oh, gosh, he's in such bad shape. We got to replace him. They only need to replace him because they're afraid of losing power. They turned on him like that. I don't feel
Isn't that
bad.
what communists do, though? I mean, this is no surprise. This is
it's
what
communism.
they do.
That's exactly what it is. I don't feel bad for him. You made the bed with the same people you have to lie in it with now, and they're turning on you the way they turn on everybody else as soon as you step a little bit out of line. That's what communism does.
He didn't even step out of line. The crazy. He just went crazy.
Well, of course, they're going to abuse you for that, too. They always try to take out the weak. That's what COVID was about, taking out the weak. And that's what they continue to do. He's still president. He's still supposed to be running this country. And if you're not scared after seeing, look, we all know that Joe Biden snapped his entire time, right? We should be really worried about this right now.
So if you go to Fox News, and they had a poll out from June 14th through June 17th. Remember, we had to have this debate. It's got to come up. We got to go to have Joe do his thing. You realize Joe was leading in their poll at that point.
Yep.
And it took America to go, hey, I've been totally lied to. And I wonder if because of that happening, and then the whole dip that Joe took, and when they say it's Kamala Harris momentum, no, it's more along the lines of what a poll is supposed to look like, what a race between a Democrat and Republican for president is supposed to look like. I wonder if there's at any point, especially when it comes to independents, hey, a little bit of buyer's remorse. Y'all been lying to me for 4 years. It's like, you can't tell me now she's the smartest thing in the world.
That's what they're doing.
Because remember, in mid-June, they were like, hey, Joe's fine.
Yeah.
They've also told you that she wasn't in charge of the border, even though everybody knows that she was. This is not a secret. This is not anything that they've not done before. They cover up anything. That's why I brought up the story earlier with the dude that owns Zynga Games. He was like, this is the first time I've seen this. The mainstream media don't allow it.
It's a poll in mid-June. They're showing how Joe Biden was ahead.
50-48, is that what it says?
And then it turns into, oh my God, he really is completely lost. Well, I can't vote for him in good conscience. Well, now suddenly they're telling you Kamala is the most amazing thing. It's still the same game.
Had they not done the debate, they'd still be pushing the ball down the field with Joe Biden. Joe Biden would still be the most fit he's ever been.
The problem is that they can't get him to actually reiterate their lies and their propaganda. That's the biggest problem. There's no change from 2020 in the way they ran the Biden campaign to the way they're running the Kamala Harris campaign. The only difference is sexuality, color of skin, and the fact that she doesn't have any experience whatsoever compared to what Joe Biden had walking into that. But the game is still the same. Keep them away from the press. Keep them from doing interviews. Keep them in the basement. And all you're running on, because he will tell you even to this day, I am running to defeat Donald Trump. Kamala Harris is playing that same game. We're running to beat Donald
Save
Trump.
democracy.
That's it.
Tell me your victory in the last 4 years. You got to run on something, right? Because now you have a record. Now I know she's not, and I know, but from a general idea, tell me where your victory is when you say, I'll put my record up against Donald Trump, because that's what she told us she would do last week.
About the border specifically.
All right, so tell me where that victory is.
Well, she can't, and she's never going to be asked about it.
Their victory in their mind is joy and happiness. That's all they need. And you know what? They're going to play the game with the inflation report from yesterday. That was a great number. And inflation is down to 2.9% because they know people will believe that that's what that number is, even though the number's not 2.9% in inflated costs. And they also don't dive into this report that will show that this report means nothing when it comes to how bad the economy really is.
And inflation is still rising. I was reading from Axios, and we'll get to it. I was reading from Axios how they said inflation is over. That was the Axios line. Oh, yeah. Yes. I'll show it to you.
Yeah, they all have it. They all have it. All of mainstream media has it.
Real, dude. All right, when we come back, the independent vote is looking good for one presidential candidate. Next on the Morning Extra after Neil Bort's report and a Fox News update.
It's time for the Bort's Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
My wife will be the first one to tell you that I should never be a police officer. A judge? Maybe, but not a cop. She's right. You want to hear a little bit about the Bort's criminal code? Okay, we'll start with this. Shoplifters. If you are arrested, charged with, and convicted of shoplifting, the punishment is simple. Find a homeless person somewhere, give them access to your house. They can walk in there and take anything that they want and walk out. It's theirs. That's what you did to the store. That's what gets done to you. These moronic idiot protesters that block traffic. I think fire hoses would be just fine, but maybe not as entertaining as this. Household tiny spiders are not venomous. Get boxes of these tiny spiders and dump them on the protesters while they're sitting there. Not only would it be effective, but it would be entertaining as all hell. If the authorities aren't around with tiny spiders, tens of thousands of them, then traffic, the cars, the trucks, should be allowed to move through the protesters at idle speed. If the protesters attack them, self-defense is not only allowed, but applauded. People eluding the police. Do you know in Georgia it's not a felony? Running from the police and putting all these lives in danger on the highways, except in rare cases, it's not a felony. Make it a felony. Mandatory 2 years in prison. No exceptions, no questions. And as for capital punishment, that one's easy. You die the way your victim died. That was your choice for delivering death. Let it be your choice for receiving it. Neil Bortz. No, I'm not running for anything. Neil Bortz, Xtra 106.3.
Marketing is everywhere. From the billboards on the highways to the notifications on your phone, we are constantly bombarded with people trying to sell us stuff. What makes good marketing? Are you doing enough in your life personally and professionally to market yourself? You have questions, and the Marketing Madmen have answers. Tune in every Saturday, now at 4 p.m., right here on Xtra 106.3 to get practical marketing advice from expert guests who are shaping and reshaping the business world. They say marketing is a madman's game. Join the Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. to find out why.
Intelligent technology that's more intuitive. Electrified power wrapped in sporty elegance. Meet the 2024 Mercedes-Benz C300 sedan. The leader of the pack with a sensual interior, the C300 sedan is a driver's delight and paradise for passengers. Experience the 2024 C300 sedan today. Lease one for just $539 per month for 36 months with $48.33 due at signing, exclusively from RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this vehicle and many other models. And visit today to see how to qualify. Special lease rate available only to qualified customers exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Service through RBM of Atlanta, Sandy Springs through September 3rd, 2024. Excludes tax, tag, title, and Georgia Lemon law fees. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit rbmofatlanta.com or call us at 770-390-0700 for details.
The Kimmer Show is only live on Xtra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
Remember the TV show House of Cards?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. The one where Kevin Spacey starred in until these sex allegations came out and he had to step aside. Yeah. There's now a campaign ad showing his face as the political character Frank Underwood. He's running for president. It says, "Now is my time," and it uses his initials, Frank Underwood, initials, 2024. FU 2024.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Xtra 106.3 and the Xtra app. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
40,000 deaths in Gaza. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's what Palestinian officials now report as Israel's war against Hamas rages. There is a new attempt to stop it. Fox's Trey Inks reports from Haifa, Israel.
Ceasefire talks are set to resume today in Qatar as the Middle East waits for an agreement. This meeting is largely seen as a high-stakes, last-ditch effort to reach a deal and end the war in Gaza. We do know overnight Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu gave his negotiating team a wider mandate to bring to the table.
But Hamas is not expected to be there after their political leader was killed in Iran 2 weeks ago, prompting Iran to vow to attack Israel. After all the pro-Palestinian protests on college campuses in the spring, Columbia University's president, Manoush Shafiq, has resigned. Jewish students have complained about not feeling safe. Elisha Baker just told Fox.
We have professors that are joining chants for me to get off of campus.
That's right.
We have professors that are basically teaching as scholar activists.
2 weeks after the prisoner swap that freed Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich and 3 other Americans jailed in Russia. Fox's Tanya J. Powers reports an American with dual citizenship gets a 12-year sentence for treason.
Ksenia Kavana, who was identified by Russian authorities as Ksenia Karolina, her maiden name, was arrested in February while visiting family in Russia. She is accused of raising money for the Ukrainian military and pleaded guilty in a closed trial last week.
The economy is center stage in the presidential campaign.
We will rapidly drive prices down and make America affordable again.
Former President Trump at a rally in Asheville, North Carolina.
Everything Kamala Harris touches turns bad. It all turns bad.
The vice president and President Biden will be together today at an event in Maryland focused on lowering prices. A new Fox News poll shows a 1-point Trump lead in the race, with more voters trusting the former president on the economy and more trusting Harris on abortion and health care. America's listening to Fox News.
Small business owners, we know tackling your to-do list can sometimes feel like going 12 rounds against a heavyweight champ. Except that heavyweight's gloves are made of something hard, like diamonds. So when a new to-do pops up, you're like, I can't. I'm boxing my diamond boxing glove-wearing heavyweight champ of a to-do list. At Progressive, we don't want to make your day any harder. That's why we make it easy with over 30 customizable coverage options, so you can finally land a knockout blow. See if you can save on business insurance in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Coverage provided and serviced by affiliated and third-party insurers.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Start your mornings the right way with Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra. Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station is Extra 106.3.
I never got mad at my mama or my daddy because they didn't keep the things that I had when I left for the Navy, you know, like all my concert t-shirts, and man, that was the only thing I ever spent money on was concert t-shirts. But some of the, you know, just some of the clothes, some of the CDs that still to this day, like bootlegs that I had that just got, you know, just went by the wayside. They got tossed out at some point. I never got mad at them, but I would love to have that stuff back. I had this Nirvana poster that was, I bet, 3 feet by 5 feet, and I found one just like it that used to hang in my bedroom for $500 on eBay.
Why did they hate you?
I don't know.
Why did they give up on your dreams?
I don't know, man. I don't know. What got me to thinking about this?
Did you join the Navy and then all the stuff was gone when you got back?
Yeah. Well, it was funny. Yes, that's exactly what happened. But my mom and daddy, they adopted my cousin, and I was already in the Navy. They had her since she was 6 months old, and now she's 26. But they turned my bedroom into her room, right? And so all that stuff had to go somewhere. So it got, put out in the garage, and then it got, taken to the dump or donated or whatever. So there's just so much of that stuff that I have vivid memories of that I knew exactly where it was in my closet. And then I came home and it was just all gone. The reason I got to thinking about this is that Courtney Cox's daughter said she was mad at her because she didn't save any of those iconic 90s clothing. She said she didn't
Funny
say
how they all want it now.
That's exactly right, and that's what made me think of it, because I bet your daughters is the same way right now with the 90s being so trendy and so cool that your daughters would probably love to have some of the clothes, some of the jewelry that your wife wore.
Come on, someone makes it.
I know.
I know that
there's a difference.
Is there?
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's a big difference.
So.
Yeah,
there's a big difference in the replica stuff and then the vintage stuff.
No. Hold on. Are we talking about like logo T-shirts and stuff like that? Because if she's talking about a white bodysuit that Courtney Cox wore with a flannel,
she didn't.
I can get that today. It looks exactly the same. Now, if you're talking about a Nirvana poster or a Nirvana shirt, I get that.
Yeah.
It's never the same to buy like the rebrand at Target as it is to actually have a Guns N' Roses shirt that you bought at a concert.
That's right.
So if it's that, I get it. But if it's just the clothing style,
they didn't go into exactly. Yeah, she didn't say. She just said
because
I loved
she set
her outfits.
Trends with her outfits.
She sure did, man. No doubt.
I had a Rage Against the Machine shirt that I found out in 2020 when I gave it to my daughter was worth $800.
Good Lord. Yeah, I would take that back.
I didn't know.
I would get it back. Pop that on eBay.
It stays in her closet. Now, she hasn't worn it in a while.
Yeah.
She hasn't worn it in a while.
So we're going to put this away.
Kind of moved beyond wearing some of that stuff.
Yeah, I get it.
But when she decides to, and you have all the other kids that are wearing Nirvana gear or anything else,
here I come.
Hers is like as authentic as it gets.
I do have one Nirvana T-shirt that I've had since probably 1997, and it's just the Kurt Cobain where he's standing in front of the mannequin from the In Utero album cover, and it kind of looks like he has these angelic wings and he's playing guitar, and it was an MTV concert that was broadcast, and it was just a screen capture of that the band released. So I still have that from like 1997. I think that's the only vintage shirt that I still have And I don't know what it's worth. Maybe not that much. Definitely not worth.
This one's cheap.
Yeah, definitely not worth. What's that?
Like, this is the image from Evil Empire.
Yeah,
and so the one I have has this image in red, but then it basically talks about when the album is going to come out because it was a promo shirt only given out to the stores.
Cool. So cool. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I would imagine that Courtney Cox is probably like, I didn't know you're going to want any of this stuff. You know, and my parents, that's exactly what they told me. They were just like, I just didn't know you'd ever want any of this stuff. I mean, it's very natural for it to happen. But at the same time, I understand where Courtney Cox's daughter Coco is coming from because I would love to have some of my old Motley Crue T-shirts. Dude, I bet I had 25 Motley Crue T-shirts, at least. Every Christmas, every birthday, that's always what I ask for. New concert T-shirt. And usually that's what I got. But then they were like, $12.99, or if you went and actually got it at the concert, it was probably $20 or something. Driving and Crying, my old Driving and Crying T-shirts, I even look for them and you can't find them anywhere.
Take a look at that thing.
Is that it? That's the one?
That's the actual shirt.
Dude, that is awesome.
And it says on there, it's like Rage Against the Machine. It says in stores April 16th, 1996, Epic Records. It was strictly the promo shirt.
Yeah.
And we found out it was worth $800.
That is the best. Gosh. Yeah, and when Mama moved from Dalton and moved down to be closer to my sister when she moved to Loganville, she didn't even clean out the attic. She just didn't have the ability to get, and I tried to get up there a bunch. It just didn't work out. So there's a original Star Wars R2-D2 in that attic.
Oh, sweet.
Remote control one.
Yeah.
I ended up telling them what that's worth. There's a Dukes of Hazzard, the little tracks that had the cars and you would have the little trigger gun thing that plugged in. And it would go
love that where you just had,
Yeah. There's an original in the original box from probably 1981 of the Dukes of Hazzard, both cars, both the General Lee and the Boss Hogg's sheriff car that were still in that box. I don't know what that's worth. I would probably look it up at some point.
Remote control R2-D2 from that time period looks like about $160.
Okay, well, not as much as I thought it might be, but that's exactly what it is, yeah. Right there, man. That's exactly what it was. It was just a little old remote control.
The life-size one that they had was $3,500.
Oh, yeah, I didn't have that. I didn't have that. Yeah, I had the one that was small and just a remote control. The one on the left that looks like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's just for the remote control. It's $5.
Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, this one was
about $150.
Yeah, so that's cool. But I wouldn't even want to sell it, to be honest. I would just want it. And I'm not even a Star Wars guy, but it's just something from my childhood that,
sure.
That's, you get thinking about.
The Dukes of Hazzard one's about $160.
160, the
160 to 180.
It's got the jump in the middle.
Yeah,
I loved it, man. I used to play that thing all the time.
I don't have the thermos. I do have the Dukes of Hazzard lunchbox from that era.
Ooh, the metal one.
Yeah.
How much is that worth?
You need the thermos.
Really? Is that what makes it?
To
that's
complete
what makes
the
it
set.
different?
Yeah. Otherwise, I think it's maybe like $100.
Okay. What if you had the thermos? What would it be worth?
I think it's at that point it's all
like
authentic.
$500 or something.
Yeah. Let me see.
Dude, that's amazing. Rhino, are you a guy that has any of that stuff? Did your parents collect that stuff, or did they just get it all thrown away too?
No, my mom threw away. The only collections my mom threw away were my comic books, which I was really upset about. Well, she never threw anything away. Let me get that straight. What she did was she had her so-called antique shows at Lakewood.
Oh, okay.
Where all my comic books, all my little wrestling figures.
Yeah.
I used to have that big wrestling ring
The
with
WWE one?
with the
WWF, I
WWEs.
guess,
Yeah. So all those figurines, all my Star Wars stuff, and all that, she kind of sold off on me, and my baseball cards.
So here's the fun one. This was the one they did with
Coy and Vance.
Yes.
Right. So that has a different level of collector's item.
Yeah. What's that one? Still like
$400, but you need the thermos.
Yeah.
You got to have that thermos.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It completes the whole set.
The fact that they put a Coy and Vance one out is ridiculous because nobody liked Coy and Vance. And they were probably very nice cousins, but nobody liked them.
Now I had the original one with, obviously Schneider and
yeah, we all had that one.
Yeah, I had that one.
Everybody
and it
had
had
that
the same thermos, didn't it?
Yeah,
did it?
Yeah. But that's the thing. This one says without the thermos, and so that's where it drives down the price. Yeah, it's like $100 without the thermos, but it's $500 if you have it vintage with the thermos.
Goodness gracious!
See, those thermoses were still the greatest thing ever. Put soup in it, even though I was like always mad when I was like, I don't want soup at school.
Nobody wants soup.
But boy, did it stay hot all day.
Yeah, goodness gracious. Anyway. Yeah.
By the way, there's that 500
deal.
one. That's what, with the thermos.
Yeah.
You got to have the thermos. If you don't have the thermos, you don't get the value out of it.
Well.
Pretty cool, though.
It is Courtney Cox's daughter. I understand why she's upset. Morning Xtra at Extra 106.3. Independents are going to be what make, I think, the difference in this election because Republicans know who they're voting for. Democrats know who they're voting for. That's all set in stone. Ain't nothing changing. It's those people that realize all of a sudden that the mainstream media's probably been lying to them. And it looks like a lot more of them are realizing this, and that's a good thing for Donald Trump.
Yeah, if you're looking at some of the trend lines that are encouraging, because what's happening now is that you'll have the national polling, which is meant to influence you, it's not meant to give you any piece of information. Now your national polling is like, look, Kamala's like right there or right within 1 point or she's ahead. When you start to look at what is going on with the independent voter. The independent voter, when you look at the most recent Washington Post poll, has Donald Trump as a +8 with them, which is a significant lead when it comes to independents.
I'll take it. That makes me feel pretty good.
The interesting part is that when you start drilling down to younger voters, when you start getting into the 18 to 34 range, there's another one where he's got a significant advantage. And so as much as you will say, for years, we've had like the Rock the Votes and everything else to try to get young voters out there knowing that they would overwhelmingly vote for Democrats. It doesn't look like it's a significant group this time around because they're bearing the economic brunt of this.
Yeah, well, yeah, they're taking that. And I think you're seeing, especially with young men, and as we've talked about with my own son who falls in that 18 to, what was it, 1824?
18 to 34.
He falls in that category. All of his buddies do, and most of them are Trump guys, or most. I say they're Trump guys. It's not exactly correct. They just know they're voting for Trump in this election because the alternative is not good.
I had a conversation yesterday. Went over to volleyball practice, and one of our friends, she ended up saying to me, "Hey, is it possible for you to show up to a poker night that we have?" And
I was like, a fundraiser for the team or something?
No. So they just have a poker night with her son and his friends.
Okay.
And so it's kind of one of the things, these kids aren't like out drinking or partying or things like that. It's just what they do. That's how they get together.
Yeah. Is that like that Will Ferrell kind of like Underground Casino movie?
Casino, it would be a lot of fun.
That'd be cool.
That's a movie I never even heard of.
Oh, it's amazing.
But the reason why is that they are totally fascinated. They're constantly talking about this Trump-Harris campaign. And what it turned into was, hey, do you think you can get Mr. Carlos to come over and talk to us? Tell us what's going on. I was like, but that's the deal. You'd be surprised.
Wait, how old are they?
These at this point, 17 to 16 to 18.
As poker?
I'm telling you.
Let's go take their money. Can I come too?
It's like a $5 buy-in.
I'd love to talk to people and take their money.
The interesting part about this is, like, as you say, you have this discussion with your son and his friends. And I guarantee Rhino, as his son gets old, is going to have this same sort of discussion. And I've got a friend of ours down the street where she's like, can you come out and hang out with our and just talk with them for a little while? I was like, I'll do that.
No, I think it's great, man. Anytime you can engage people where they are, I mean, it automatically brings down the defenses, right? If you just go on social media or if you just go, I don't know, and maybe I don't have a good scenario right off the top of my head, but engage people in a way that's not where they are, immediately they put up the defenses. At least that's been my experience in life. But if you meet people where they are, I think that's the best way to do it. And it's all about being involved locally, kind of that same idea.
And by the way, young people tend to be the ones who identify the most as being independent.
Yeah, because there's no reason for them to be connected.
They haven't been connected either way. So they're like, I'm willing to listen to both sides. I mean, I voted Democrat in like 2000 because it was my first time I got to take part in an election, and I was going off the premise of, hey, economy's been pretty strong. I'd like for the Bill Clinton era of what we have going on to continue. The party went wildly crazy from there, and I've never voted for them ever again.
Right,
but at the time I was, but at the time I was pretty. Hey, I'm pretty. I'll listen to both ends,
and probably didn't realize what the media does and the influence they have.
Oh, right? I was completely removed from it because similar like when you were in the Navy. Yeah. I was playing ball.
Yeah,
I was not paying attention to that stuff. I was just only paying to at the time because I was a business student, economic indicators.
No, that's exactly right. There are a lot of people, I think, that are getting that red pill moment. We brought it up in the last hour where some of the capital funds guys, the hedge fund guys, are like, wait a minute, Trump didn't say that. I just now saw the first video, the entire video of what was said in Charlottesville. I've been totally misled by the mainstream media. A woman who identifies herself as a far left voter all of a sudden got her red pill moment.
I used to be a far left extremist, and now I'm going to vote for Donald Trump. First thing that started to make me want to leave the left was I watched a Trump press conference, and I watched it thoroughly. And then the next day, I remember watching my usual news, CNN and similar news outlets, and seeing them spin, twist, and take things out of context. And as somebody that watched the press conference, I knew that he didn't say those things. I've always been pretty anti-establishment and wanted to vote for people that would represent the everyday working person. And I was fooled, like a lot of people, into thinking that that was the Democrat Party. Upon doing more research, I found out that the richest people in the world, like Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, all of those gigantic people, all donate to the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party wants you to think that they are anti-establishment and they're for the little people. The real party that's against government interference and anti-establishment, anti-corporation, a lot of people are not going to like this. It's Republicans. When I was super far left, I made a small critique of Joe Biden, and everybody attacked me. Like, everybody. I was for Joe Biden at the time, but because I had made a small critique, I had people that didn't want to be my friend anymore because I didn't agree with 100% of what Joe Biden was doing. And they jumped down your throat for every little thing and then run around promoting tolerance. But they're intolerant to everything that they disagree with.
She's got it figured out, and if you see her, she's a very pretty girl, but you can tell she looks like she would show up at a Democrat protest or something.
Yeah, she's tatted up and but friendly, pretty girl and everything else.
Kind of a little heavy makeup.
What I would say is that you would not be surprised if she was somebody who was a liberal who decided, you know what, I'm going to be an artist, and
her
this
name
is what
is
I'm going to
Katie
be.
Podgy, by the way. You can find her at Katie Podgy, Podgee.
You know what else requires 100% compliance? Cults do.
Yes, that's right. Absolutely.
She figured it out.
Absolutely, and that's the thing. How many times have we talked about this? That Democrats are in lockstep, arm in arm, and they will push you out if you ever get out of line. Nancy Pelosi, she carried the Democrat stick, and if anybody got out of line,
she got shoot with that.
Pounded them. This woman, everything she said lines up with everything that we talk about on the show, and it's just now that this young woman, probably in her mid-20s, is going, oh my goodness, I am seeing this for the first time. That red pill moment, as we call it.
What would be interesting is that if you ever to put me in, like, let's say a Donald Trump rally, and I was having a discussion with someone, and I said, I don't really care for the 2020 spending that we went down and that we created the new baselines by which Democrats could raise spending and consider that the new standard. You know what they'd probably say? I agree with you.
Yeah, I don't like it either.
And that's a criticism.
Yeah, and a fair one.
But you can't criticize anything on that side. Otherwise, it's you are not in the cult anymore.
That's right. And that's look
what happens to Bill Maher when he does it. They're all like, Bill, what are you doing?
Well, look at Elon Musk.
Yeah, they hate him. They
donated
used to love him.
to Democrats for so long and has been a Democrat his entire life, but got red pilled by the realization that, hold on, I'm smarter than this. Let me look at the facts of what Donald Trump and everybody else are talking about, and then sees the media and the way that they started acting and even the administration against people. It doesn't take much, but will that change? Now, how many voices can she change? I think that's important.
Yeah.
The important part is that I think people who are starting to get away from that mainstream news, like she said, are they coming to see these influencers that are starting to be red pilled in those, in those moments as well? Because I think that's more powerful than CNN or MSNBC or any of them, because they'll never do a story like this. Like, hey,
never.
Here's somebody who, we know that on Stephen Colbert, they're very objective over there.
Yeah, and then the audience gets a big laugh.
I think Elon Musk has the moment of going, hold up. I'm the one who's been building electric cars.
Yeah.
I'm the one who's been trying to figure out how to get you to Mars.
At the altar of me.
And you are looking at me going, well, he ain't here for the struggle. It's like, what more do you need?
But even in the interview, what did he talk about? Also, sustainability on Earth and what we need to do to be better. He's still got that same liberal mentality on certain items. He's a middle-of-the-road person. I hope more middle-of-the-road people start to open up their eyes to what we need to do to fix this.
Me too, buddy. Me too. Got my fingers crossed for it. I pray for the country that'll be the case. 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. When we come back, the face of college football is taking a stand, and it's his first step into the political waters, and I'm sure he's getting some backlash, but I don't think he'll care much. Next on Extra 1063.
Extra 106.3 is the only station in Atlanta to bring you unedited news, information, and updates. With an all-star lineup of local and network voices, Extra is committed to being the station you need during the biggest election of our lifetime.
This presidential election is unlike any other.
Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station is Extra 106.3 FM, and listen across Georgia on the Extra app.
You ever had a bad experience with a contractor? I think if you own a house, the answer is probably yes. Let me give you an example. One time we had somebody coming in to change out some bathroom stuff. Yeah, we didn't have the money at the time to remodel the whole bathroom, so we just made some small changes. And they accidentally cut one of the water lines, and it just all of a sudden started raining in our basement. Pool table covered in water, like 2 inches deep on the top. That's the kind of experience I'm talking about. That's the bad experience with a contractor. Let me tell you about Southern Exteriors, because you won't have that experience. In the time when we had the Niagara Falls running in our basement, I didn't have anybody to go and ask. I didn't have anybody to talk to. The couple folks there were working, were trying to fix it as best they could, but they were just hired for the day. You know, they didn't have any real authority or pull. There was nothing that they could do about it. So me physically went and turned off the water and then called the company, and they're like, oh yeah, man, we're going to take care of it. Did they? Sort of. Not exactly. When you work with Southern Exteriors, you don't experience that because they have a foreman on site. So if anything like that happens, they jump in, they take care of it, they make sure you're made whole and you feel good about what's happening. That's what Southern Exteriors does. That's been my experience when I've worked with them. Roofing, siding, gutters, millworks, and if you don't know what that is making a big screened-in porch, like on the back of your house. They do all that stuff, windows, doors. They can do it on your existing home, or they can do it on a home that you are building from scratch. Work with Southern Exteriors. They will look you in your eye, shake your hand, and do exactly what they say they're going to do. It's that simple, and they won't make you wait. They're big enough to service many, many jobs because they're big enough, but not big enough to just put you off because they have that foreman on site, like I said. Reach out to them if you want excellent customer service and experts in the field of exteriors for your home. You can reach them southernexteriors.co. It's southernexteriors.co.
Diamonds Direct Atlanta is now open. The nation's fastest growing jewelry store now is a location right here in Buckhead. Shopping for the perfect ring to pop the question? Or maybe an everyday diamond tennis bracelet? The experts at Diamonds Direct are sure to have exactly what you're looking for, no matter the occasion. With the lowest direct importer pricing, you can expect the best selection of certified diamonds at unmatched prices, all within a luxury showroom atmosphere that makes you feel right at home. Come see what other jewelers are trying to replicate. Diamonds Direct's unbeatable after-the-sale guarantees and warranties are the best you can find. Free cleanings, sizing, polishing, accent diamond replacement for the lifetime of your purchase. If that's not enough, they also offer a 110% upgrade policy for you to use as often as you'd like on your diamond engagement ring, pendant, or studs. Sounds too good to be true, right? Well, come see how Diamonds Direct is reinvigorating the jewelry industry at their brand new Buckhead showroom. When you want to have complete confidence in your jewelry buying experience, shop with the experts at Diamonds Direct. Now open on the corner of Maple Drive Northeast and Peachtree.
At the Piedmont Bank, we're proud to be one of Georgia's largest community banks, focusing on serving businesses and the communities they serve. With headquarters right here in Metro Atlanta, our tailored banking expertise and solutions help meet the diverse needs of our customers so they have what it takes to grow, expand, and thrive. It's what elevates us above the rest. Find a location near you at Piedmont.bank and experience elevated banking for you and your business. The Piedmont Bank. Banking elevated. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
My name is Amy Risley. I have been working for Bruce Hagen for 17 years. When I first started, my boys were 4 and 6, and whenever I needed, Bruce allowed me to bring them to our office. Bruce has always treated us like family, and 17 years later, I still love coming to work for Bruce Hagen. The best part of my job is when I get to put a settlement check in the hands of someone Bruce won a case for and see it change their life. I'm Amy Risley, and I work for Bruce Hagen. Let Bruce Hagen work for you. Hagen-law.com.
Hi, this is Ben.
And I'm Walt from Horizon Background Screening.
I would say anyone who's working in any industry could use our services.
A couple of the clients that people tend to not even think about are churches, volunteer organizations. We do a lot of background checks for referee associations. Anybody who's going to be around kids or older adults or anybody vulnerable, you really need to do a background check that includes a criminal history, a sex offender registry search, and anything else that's really relevant to your organization, just to make sure that the people who you're putting in touch with, kids and other vulnerable people, are who you think they are, and that you're not putting your clientele at risk.
So we're going to help you reduce your risk. We're going to help you hire the right person on the front end so that you don't spend all this time with training and all those kind of things and then realize that wasn't a good hire.
The best way for people to find us is on our website. A quick Google search of Horizon Background Screening, or look at us at horizonscreening.com.
Get the Extra 106.3 app.
Yeah, I got your app. I live out here 30 miles west of Augusta. I'm so glad Conservative Talk is back on the air.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra until 10, then back to Clay Buck in the local afternoon show with the Kimmer, P, and Flounder. I usually can tell when a kid's been raised right. I think most people have that instinct, when they have manners and they look you in the eye when they're talking to you. I mean, there's all kinds of little indicators that would lead you to believe this. And you've probably seen it with your neighbors. Maybe you've seen it with nieces and nephews. You know when a kid's been raised right. There was an 8-year-old girl who used a baseball bat against a robber who was armed with a gun that was attacking her father. This is him and his daughter talking about it.
I tried to talk to him and say, you know what? I got my daughter here. Can you just please put the gun down, move it away from her? I will give you everything. Take everything. I'm a dad. I'm not going to be let that happen.
I'm coming to the rescue.
So I'm so proud of her. So she's so strong. That day I would say I just want to cry when I see the video, because I was like, I don't expect she to do that.
Dude, I love it. My man has raised this little girl up right. And what'd she say? I came to the rescue. Yes, you did, sweet girl. And used a baseball bat against a man with a gun. Talk about no fear. Good heavens. I mean, where does that come from? That's digging deep. When you're 8 years old, to go against a full-grown adult who is attacking your father at gunpoint, and you're like, I don't care. Yeah. I'm taking this baseball bat, and I'm going to wear this fool out. That's a kid's been raised right.
Yeah, I like it.
Me too, man.
I like it.
Dude, I would like to think that my kid at 20 would be brave enough. He'd probably run the other way. But like, Daddy, you have to handle this one on your own, man. I'm out of here.
You just be screaming, I paid $500 for that bat.
That's right. At least use it on his knee. Goodness. Dude, I love it when you hear stories of kids doing extraordinary things. I love these stories.
Yeah, I do like the 911 stories and stuff like that.
No, for sure. There was a great story the other day I saw, and I think it all comes down to really a father-child relationship when it's something like this. I saw this great video, and it was just this kid fishing on the bank, just a creek bank, and he at some point lands this huge fish. And he and his daddy just celebrated over. I mean, they took him a while to reel it in, and this thing is huge. And it's the first fish the kid had ever caught. He's young, probably 6 or 7 years old, and they just celebrated on the creek bank. And it was just one of those perfect moments, those perfect fatherhood moments that maybe not every kid has, but when they do, they remember it for a lifetime. It's so important that dads are in kids' lives. I don't care what Jennifer Aniston says. She's not very well thought out, because she's always like, well, I don't need a man. I can raise kids without a man. Yeah, you can. I don't make a good idea, but you can. It's just silly stuff like that drives me crazy. And the media, the way they act like fathers are so unimportant in lives. And look, I would say the same thing for a deadbeat dad. Dude, get off your tail and do right by your kids. And things like this will happen when you're at that point in your life where you need them. They're gonna come through, pop somebody with a ball bat if they need to.
Well, I just had kids to take care of my wife and I when we're older.
Yeah, right.
That's the point.
So that's why we're taking care of them now, trying to do everything for them.
Right.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I was hoping for yard workers.
Yeah, exactly. So good. Yeah, I don't know that. Here's something. We were driving home from Charleston after we dropped Jacob off, because he was able to take his car with him this time. His freshman year, you're not allowed to have a car on campus, whatever. And he lived in dorms. I was like, oh my God, there's so many things that I hadn't taught him. I was feeling that remorse of, like, I'm not positive that he knows how to change a tire correctly. I mean, he should. We've been through it, but I don't know. I've never seen him do it. I'm hoping that that'll be the case. Can he check his own oil? I don't know that he's ever really done that. Because it's always, hey, just run, get the oil changed quick.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? When I was growing up, it was changing the oil with my daddy, changing the brakes on a car with my daddy. And I feel like it's a different lifestyle. I get it.
Yeah, you're a failure.
But I felt absolutely like, oh my God, what is there that I have not taught him that he's going to be in Charleston and the need is going to arise. And believe me, y'all will be
get
there.
on it.
Y'all will be there. When you get there, you're going to go through your head of all the things that you wanted to teach them, all the things that you intended to teach them, and it just never got done. Are they going to be fine? Yes. Have you taught them many great lessons and skills? Yes. But when you're driving home after dropping off of college, you're like, oh my God, I forgot to teach them this, that, and the other thing.
I've had so many flat tires on my very first vehicle and have changed those flat tires so many times that I just refuse to do it anymore. And I refuse to teach it. I mean, can you imagine like when you do like 7 or 8 and you just decide, you know what? I'm going to work that little bit extra so that we're calling AAA here.
Somebody can lend a hand.
I mean, look, that's fair. It's fair. I mean, I don't mind changing my tires if I get a flat or anything like that. But at the same time, you know what? Some of that...
But I don't want to change my oil.
My father didn't really, I mean, he might have said, hey, the tire's in the back of the trunk, never really gave me instruction. But at that one point where I did have, and I may have called my father, he was like, figure it out.
Yeah. Well, which is a great lesson in and of itself.
So that's how I learned.
There's no
Figure
doubt
it out.
about it. No doubt about it.
And I had that awful little jack where you had to put it under the car and you had to turn it, crank it like this. Oh, it was terrible.
Yeah,
and so it did not inspire a whole lot of confidence that it was going to stay up there. But
no doubt.
After about the 7th or 8th time,
you're like, I'm done with this.
No more.
See, I'm that way.
My daughter's going to be the same way. I'm going to be like, you get a flat, you get over the side, you call this number.
I ain't trying to change oil.
That's another one too.
I had a flat tire and I didn't call my parents. I was just like, I'm gonna change it myself. I'm gonna do this. Then I'll call my dad. My dad will be so proud of me.
Yeah.
And no, I did it. I changed it. It all worked out. And then I called my dad in my car. I was like, Dad, I got a flat and I changed my tire. And he was like, you dummy. Why don't you just call AAA?
The difference is growing up in the country. And growing up in Metro Atlanta.
It's just different. It's just there. I'll have my daughters will have their AAA card. Call this number, get it taken care of.
Yeah.
Don't get out of the car.
This young girl used a baseball bat, which leads us into stories of sports a little bit as we broadcast here outside of Truist Park. I mean, it's huge with sports, obviously the Braves being here, but Kurt Herbstreit is the face of college football.
Very much so.
Don't you think so? I mean, when I think of college football, he's the guy.
He is the guy who is the primary broadcaster for every big game now.
Exactly right.
And obviously he is the star of game day. So he's the face of college football now.
He has decided he's had enough of women's sports being taken advantage of by men, and he said, I can no longer bite my tongue.
Lee Corso used to give a speech, and one of the things he would say within that speech is he's like, don't ask me about race, religion, or politics, or don't talk publicly about race, religion, or politics. And now I think that's all anybody talks about. I've tried to stay on the sidelines for a lot of that, but you can only take so much until you want to start to speak up a little bit, and actually say what you think. But when I retire or get in a position that you're in, I'll be able to say what I think a lot more.
Don't come on here and me. You had to know that when you put that tweet out, there was going to be a reaction. Come on, you had to know.
I didn't give a shit, though. Like, I'm done giving any shit at all about any of it. When it comes to, it's almost like there are two different sets of rules. If you have a view that's a little bit more traditional, or I'm a Christian guy, it's like there's a different set of rules for that viewpoint, and it's hard to just turn the other cheek time after time after time. So I didn't really care, and I don't care at all.
Welcome to the club.
No
Kurt
kidding.
Herbstreit.
And the tweet that he was talking about was the one where he said, this is ridiculous, because somebody had said, women or men and women's sports, and he was like, absolutely not. This is ridiculous. It's even silly to think about. So that's the tweet that he was talking about. But he's been catching some flack. Dude, He is, I love the fact that he is just like, I don't care. Like, I'm not trying to delve into politics, but when it's so obvious that something is completely absurd and ridiculous, I can no longer bite my tongue. And you see that, dude, David Pollock is the exact same way. He has become a crusader. David Pollock, a crusader for women's sports. And I love the fact that men that are in prominent positions that are the face of a particular sport like college football is willing to say, you know what, this is absurd. I'm not trying to be blatantly political, but it's so obvious what's happening, and it's so obvious that it shouldn't.
I think people will start realizing it sooner or later. I mean, it does take some time. I think a lot of Democrats even are looking at this going, this is a ridiculous topic. Men should not be fighting with women. They shouldn't be in the same arena with women. You know, it's one thing when it's like maybe badminton or, you know, something else. But when it is a contact sport or even volleyball, when you get hit in the face by a man who's jumping up and hitting a girl in the face, like those kind of stories need to be put out there more because people need to realize it's nothing against any of these people. They can play wherever they want, but they should be playing against people with the same exact kind of, I don't know, athleticism. Is that a way to say it? Or testosterone?
No.
Those kind of things. Like, how do you say it in a way to just let people know men shouldn't be playing with girls? Like, what do you want us to say? It's that easy to think about.
The International Boxing Association had this nailed correctly, to the point where the IOC, when they said, well, I mean, there's no really accurate test to tell if you're a man or a woman.
Yeah,
it's like, there is. It's called a chromosome test.
And they failed them. The two boxers failed them.
And when we go through just at a chromosomal level, when you're a man versus being a woman, then that's the end of it. That's the discussion point. That it shouldn't be about testosterone level or estrogen level or how you identify. It just is foundationally, if this is you, then this is where you play. That's it.
It's pretty straightforward.
But the Colt won't do that.
The question was, do men belong in women's sports? Time for influential men in sports, in media, to stand up, Kirk. And this was August 6th. Of course not. Ridiculous question.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all that was said. And it's
Shut it
straightforward. And it's to your point. It's so simple. No. The answer is no. No more discussion is needed.
Men can play men's sports. If you're not good enough to compete with the men, well, I'm sorry, get better. Work harder.
Or realize it. Or just realize it.
Or realize it and, you know, do the best that you can and be proud of what you're doing.
I had this discussion with a friend of Jacob's dad. So my son Jacob and his son are dear friends. He went to play college football, and he is a 5'11" white kid, and they had him playing safety. Guess who's not getting a whole lot of playing time?
Sure.
And he was like, okay, I spent a year here. I've got a jersey. I experienced my dream to a degree.
Yeah.
Did I hope that one day I would be the biggest star in all of college football? Yes.
Of course.
But the ability's not there. He doesn't have the size. He doesn't have the athletic prowess.
Sometimes.
So what did he do? He was like, you know what? I think it's time to pack the dream away. I got to experience it. But now I'm just going to go be a regular college student. And there's nothing wrong with that. Nobody's going, oh my gosh, you gave up. No. It's just the fact that he realized what those dudes who can't compete decide they're going to go play against girls so they can continue their career, so they can continue to win?
Yeah,
How pathetic is that?
You know, I realized it at one point when I wanted to be a professional hockey player. I was very good compared to all the other kids that I was playing with. I was better every single time. Then I got invited to play in these Can-Am tournaments. And it's a completely different game when you go up to Canada and you play against these kids who have been playing their entire lives as well. But also, it's every day, all day. And when you go up against a kid named Eric Lindros and you look as 5'4", and you look at this man, this
top overall pick.
Oh, top overall, would become one of the, toughest guys you'll ever play against and a great player. You realize I'm at a different level. Now, did I give up? No, I wanted to continue to play because you know what? I knew that I was still going to benefit from playing the game and
it's
hopefully
still a fun
get a
game.
college.
You play it for fun.
Yeah, I was going to get a college scholarship. I was going to do things. So it was fine. I was having a good time and I was set to the point of this is where I'm going to be. I'm not tall enough. I'm not big enough like these guys. I may be a better skater. I may find it, but you know what? Here's my place, and that's okay.
But when you have a Colt that basically is looking around and saying, well, I mean, does she identify as a woman? Well, then she's a woman. It's like, but it's not. But when the Colt says it's that,
it must
there
be.
is no extent to which the Colt will not support the behavior.
Yeah.
That is the weird part about all this, is that Kirk Herbstreit is saying something that's very obvious to all of us.
Yeah,
of course.
But when you're hardcore in the Colt, Like, I would imagine I'm not saying that Aunt Peg would go, like, she would go like, yeah, we shouldn't do that. But she's also not going to argue with it either.
No, but that's the thing with Herbstreit. He didn't even argue about it either. He just said this is silly. He didn't put anybody down. He didn't make fun of anybody. He didn't call them mentally ill. Maybe you should. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, he didn't go into any of that. He just said, no, they shouldn't play in the same sport.
It's that easy.
It's silly. It's ridiculous.
The thought never came through my head that, hey, you know what? I could actually play with the women's team. Let me go put it on a wing. Insane. No, I wanted to play with men because you know what my idea was? I'm not good enough, but maybe playing with Lindros, maybe playing with some of these guys that ended up becoming NHL pros, maybe I would get better.
8 o'clock hours brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert, 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
All right, here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Thursday, August 15th. Gwinnett County Police are hunting for a suspect in a shooting that left a man dead off Josephine Road. Police were called to a home after neighbors heard gunshots. When they arrived, they found one man suffering from at least one gunshot wound. He died at the scene. Police are not releasing the name of the victim or the suspect and say they're still searching for the killer who fled on foot. Mayor Benjamin Cranford of Thompson, Georgia, was arrested by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation after allegedly providing inmates with alcohol while they worked in the city. The mayor was taken into custody and booked into the McDuffie County Jail. He was charged with furnishing prohibited items to inmates and criminal attempt to commit a felony. And in sports, Michael Harris made his return after 60 days on the disabled list last night in San Francisco. In his first game back, on his first at-bat, he hit his first grand slam. Into the water. First time in 24 years, by the way, that any opposing player has hit a grand slam into the bay. The first inning 4-run shot turned out to be the game winners. The Braves routed the Giants 13-2. Braves go for their fourth straight win today as they wrap up the series with the Giants at 3:45. Max Fried will be on the mound for the Braves.
You may as well just take a picture of your Social Security card and post it on social media, because your Social Security number and all your personal info is now available to the highest bidder on the dark web. We'll explain it next on the Morning Extra on Extra 1063.
Stream Clay Travis and Buck Sexton, Glenn Beck, Fox News, and even NASCAR on Sundays. Anywhere on the Extra 1063 app. Download the app now and get 24/7 access to the live stream, the latest news, and everything you need to know about Atlanta's only conservative talk station. Download the Extra 1063 app for Apple or Android and check out even more great original content at thepodcastpark.com.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see a board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911, online at stopmyed.com.
Hey, it's Tug from my friends, the Frost family of First Liberty Building and Loan. You hear about their family's company all the time here on Extra 1063. First Liberty has helped hundreds of small businesses grow by saying yes when the big banks say no. On Wall Street, opportunities to earn big returns are everywhere. But for Main Street investors, those opportunities are hard to find. Until now. Our First Liberty notes are now open to qualified Main Street investors, paying interest rates of 8 to 13% while helping fuel the growth of small businesses right here in Georgia. With a few basic qualifications and with as little as $25,000, qualified Main Street investors just like you can earn an 8 to 13% interest rate. If this is you, they'd love to hear from you. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com and consider joining the First Liberty family today. That's FirstLibertyGA.com. FirstLibertyGA.com.
First Liberty notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. Purchasers must verify their SEC accredited investor status. Securities are not being offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful. Have you heard about Sonder and their Georgia-based Medicare Advantage health plans? Sonder Health Plans is committed to revolutionizing healthcare, making it straightforward, personal, and affordable. Call them and ask if you qualify for their fantastic $400 grocery card offer and $0 premiums. They've even got their own radio show and podcast called Weekend Wellness, dedicated to keeping all Georgians healthy and happy at every age. Call 800-331-2928 or visit SonderHealthPlans.com. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends on contract renewal.
Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watch Company, where quality and value make the difference. Locally owned and located in Sandy Springs, offering you the finest selection of unique diamonds, sapphires, rubies, and emerald jewelry, as well as other fine gemstones. Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watches has been servicing Rolex watches for over 30 years, and their Rolex-trained watchmaker will service your watch in their state-of-the-art Rolex service center in their store. Lee Brandt uses only genuine Rolex parts, and their estimates are free. Drop by Lee Brandt in the Trader Joe's Shopping Center in Sandy Springs or visit LeeBrandt.com.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
Your voice, your vote. And this year it matters more than ever. So for the unbiased election coverage that affects your family and your community, trust the voices that matter when it matters the most. Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
At this point, is there anything that has not been leaked onto the internet? I mean, important personal information.
My nudes.
Anything. Well, okay.
Nobody's leaked those yet.
I bet at some point.
If you need to find them, let me know. I'll send them to you.
There you go.
I want you to leak them.
Yeah, I can't imagine anybody.
No?
I don't think anybody's going to call for it, buddy.
I don't either.
Maybe.
They're horrible.
Maybe. Yeah, it seems
I really judge myself a lot when I see them.
Yeah, I would understand why. Really, though, seriously, man, everything's
This
been
needs to be on a bearskin rug. Yes, it does.
I mean, I would say...
A bear on a bear. Look at me.
But tell me about that. Oh,
so beautiful. Imagine if I was raising out of the pool. Yes.
It wouldn't matter. Lowe's, I don't want you to lick your nudes.
You're gonna embarrass me.
I don't want you to leak. I don't want to even think about none of y'all naked. I just
mine are tasteful.
Oh, shut up.
My OnlyFans is JewBear.com. I stole it from Inglourious Bastards.
Dude, that was a great movie.
That's such a great movie.
Dude,
Fantastic
and
movie.
I saw it way after it came out, and it was just one of those nights when nothing's going on at home, and I was like, I've always wanted to see this. And he was like, we're going to go kill Nazis.
It's such a bad accent. It's the
Because he's supposed to be from Tennessee.
It's so funny.
And he sounds less like Tennessee than somebody from Poland.
Gorlami.
Yeah. I mean, it's so bad, but a good movie nonetheless. But that's the thing, man. There's nothing that's not out there. I mean, everything's been hacked. Every business has been hacked. Every bank's been hacked. If you're connected to the internet, you're going to get hacked too at some point. It could be as simple as Facebook.
And this is the sign of the times. It said how I've not done this until this was probably this is like a month and a half ago when I had been in Dallas. And I think I told you guys about this. I then started getting a text message because I guess somebody geolocated and was asking me about. It was basically an advertisement for a strip club there. Well, I'd been in the hotel. So, and a guy, hey, why don't we send him this information? I thought, how much is my information out there that you're able to get my phone, say that, hey, we know you're in the area. Why don't you come on out to here? I was like, that was enlightening, to say the least.
As it should be.
It really, at first glance, you don't think about it. Like when I'm on Amazon and I'm like, I know I didn't put anything in that this is the item I wanted. I know it's been something we've talked about. I know that, like, that's weird to me. And, you know, I know a lot of it is from search engine stuff, too, and I get that. But then you start thinking about, wait, if they know all this, like, this is easy. What else do they know? And that's what starts to freak me out.
Everything.
And what else gets out there when you have a data breach like we've had with our Social Security numbers and everything else that's now out there? What, 2.7 billion Americans?
U.S. DOD claims that they've stolen 2.7 billion records from National Public Data, which is a company that provides personal information to employers, private investigators like Horizon background screenings, and others that are doing background checks. But I would imagine police officers.
Yeah.
I bet all that information probably feeds into a hospital too, just in case you come there and don't have ID.
But if you think 330 million Americans and each one of us has countless amounts of information, so 2.7 billion worth of data is out there on all of us.
This may be a question for the smart one. Not Tug, myself, or Joe here. I'm going to ask you. Or, I know someone else out there like Gary Miller from Rebel InfoSec might know this.
Yeah.
Why haven't we got to a point where we have, like, our Social Security number is like a rotating number, or that we have, there's got to be a way that the technology industry can say, hey, you know what? We don't need one number that's going to attach everything to that person. Why can't it change and be more cryptic? That way it's harder to find.
Like blockchain or something.
Well, I would imagine.
Like I know what I'm talking about.
Sounded
Throw
good.
that out there.
Yeah.
We are at a point that, your data, and I think about it in these terms. I think about how do I have, authentication, 2-time authentication on my phone and everything else.
Right.
Yet there's nothing with my Social Security number. It's just what it is.
The problem is that people with all the information that you have, now they can actually take over your phone and intercept your 2-factor authentication and then open a credit card in your account. So quickly, before anything else, go to the credit monitoring systems, TransUnion, Equifax, or what's the other? There's one more, isn't there? Regardless.
Expedient.
There you go. Experian. There you go.
Unless you want to travel.
Yeah. That's right. Go to
Experian, TransUnion, Equifax.
There you go. And just set up a credit freeze, and then that way nothing can be opened into your name. I think that's a good first step.
That's a great way.
But that's something you need to do today. If you've not already done it, you need to do it the next seconds.
Or you just spend all the money they give you on the credit card, and eventually they'll just lock you out of your own accounts too.
Well, yeah,
so then you don't have to worry about having credit at all. No one can steal that.
Yes, that'd be the way to go.
I had my wife get and this was not so much, it wasn't like she was hacked, but there was a fast food restaurant that we've used before, and they have an app, and that app got data breached.
Imagine that.
And then before you know it, there was the test purchase from Walmart, like, hey, $40 just to see if we can make this thing work. She got the credit alert, but then we had to change all of her stuff. This happens a little bit more regularly than you imagine. Just because it hadn't happened to you yet doesn't mean it's not going to happen. It's going to happen.
Clark Howard used to say, watch for people charging like a nickel.
A test charge.
Yeah, that test charge. Like $40, I think somebody noticed $40. But would you notice a quarter missing?
A lot of times
account?
it's like a coffee.
Yeah.
That's the test charge.
Yeah, I had mine, in which I was very upset with a friend of mine because they asked if I could help them out with a meal from Domino's, which I was already upset about. Like, I'm not paying for your Domino's, but I did. And I gave them, I said, hey, here, use my card, and gave them my card, and was talking to them. So they went and put my card into the Domino's app. And then 2 weeks later, someone in Philadelphia ordered $500 worth of Domino's, $500 worth of Domino's, $500 worth of Domino's. I mean, that's how quick it happened within a week.
And we had something very similar. And this was when, I'm trying to remember what the name of the place was, but it was something very similar where it was being spent in different places across the Northeast. It was like $1,000 from like an Eatsies. You're like, who spent $1,000 at an Eatsies? Well, that's what they were trying.
If you recall, it was only about a month or two ago. Laura got an email from Wayfair, which we'd ordered from before, and somebody was trying to order $2,000 or maybe more than that, maybe 2 orders of $2,000 worth of merchandise, right? And they sent her a note saying, hey, you need to update your password, whatever. Did you order any of this stuff? And obviously the answer was no. So I think companies are trying to work through it, but as soon as the companies figure it out, the criminals are so much better at it and just almost like it didn't happen. But in that moment, we were lucky, and it was all canceled and nothing was charged to our card. Thank goodness. So do whatever you can today to get your credit card free so nobody's opening stupid accounts in your name and whatever. Because they've got all your information. I mean, every piece. Name, address, social, where you're from, everything, phone numbers, all of it. When we come back on Extra 106.3, 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. The economic news spin is coming, but do not buy the BS next.
time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Xtra 106.3.
My wife will be the first one to tell you that I should never be a police officer. A judge? Maybe, but not a cop. She's right. You want to hear a little bit about the Bortz Criminal Code? Okay, we'll start with this. Shoplifters. If you are arrested, charged with, and convicted of shoplifting, the punishment is simple. Find a homeless person somewhere, give them access to your house. They can walk in there and take anything that they want and walk out. It's theirs. That's what you did to the store. That's what gets done to you. These moronic idiot protesters that block traffic. I think fire hoses would be just fine, but maybe not as entertaining as this. Household tiny spiders are not venomous. Get boxes of these tiny spiders and dump them on the protesters while they're sitting there. Not only would it be effective, but it would be entertaining as all hell. If the authorities aren't around with tiny spiders, tens of thousands of them, then traffic, the cars, the trucks, should be allowed to move through the protesters at idle speed. If the protesters attack them, self-defense is not only allowed, but applauded. People eluding the police. Do you know in Georgia it's not a felony? Running from the police and putting all these lives in danger on the highways, except in rare cases, it's not a felony. Make it a felony. Mandatory 2 years in prison. No exceptions, no questions. And as for capital punishment, that one's easy. You die the way your victim died. That was your choice for delivering death. Let it be your choice for receiving it. Neil Bortz. No, I'm not running for anything. Neil Bortz, Xtra 106.3.
Marketing is everywhere. From the billboards on the highways to the notifications on your phone, we are constantly bombarded with people trying to sell us stuff. What makes good marketing? Are you doing enough in your life personally and professionally to market yourself? You have questions, and the Marketing Madmen have answers. Tune in every Saturday, now at 4 p.m., right here on Xtra 106.3 to get practical marketing advice from expert guests who are shaping and reshaping the business world. They say marketing is a madman's game. Join the Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. to find out why.
On a beautiful day, or worse, during a storm, climbing up a ladder to unclog gutters is the last thing anyone wants to do. If you're tired of cleaning out gutters, get Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system. Leaf Filter's trusted pros will clean out, realign, and seal your gutters. Then install Leaf Filter, a permanent solution to clogged gutters. Right now, get 20% off your entire purchase, and if you're a senior or a veteran, you'll get an extra 10% off. Clogs can cause costly water damage to roofs, siding, foundations, and so much more. Unlike any other DIY project or store-bought solution, Leaf Filter's patented technology is designed to keep out everything but water. And every installation comes with a free inspection and estimate. Keep your gutters clog-free for good and never have to clean them out again. Protect your home. Put the ladder away. Get your free inspection and up to 30% off at leaffilter.com/GlennBeck. That's LEAF filter.com/GlennBeck.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and precision you can.
Americans shopped more last month. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, and that has stock futures rising.
July retail sales up a much stronger, solid 1%.
And that's better than expected after sales didn't rise at all in June. Fox Business Network's Lauren Simonetti also reports.
Jobless claims came in lower than expected, 227,000 last week.
A new Fox News poll has the economy the #1 issue for most voters.
Are you better off now with Harris and Biden than you were with a person named President Donald J. Trump? Do you know him? He's a nice gentleman.
Well, Democrats don't think he is after the former president also got personal at a rally in Asheville, North Carolina, calling Vice President Harris not smart, making fun of her laugh.
With 4 more years of Harris, your finances will never recover. They're never going to recover.
And the poll also gives the former president a 1-point lead in the race. Today, Vice President Harris will join President Biden at an event in Maryland focused on the economy and lowering prices, and they may tout a new agreement.
The deal is set to lower the prices for Medicare's
10 most popular and most expensive drugs. The White House expects about $1.5 billion in savings on medications and $6 billion in savings for taxpayers. Medications included are used to prevent heart failure or blood clots and treat diabetes, which Medicare spent billions covering last year. New prices will go into effect in 2026 for Medicare Part D prescriptions.
That's Fox's Ryan Schmelz. A new round of talks underway in Qatar, trying again to work out a ceasefire for Gaza. The U.S. and Israel are there. Hamas is not expected to take part. The same day, Palestinian officials report the number of war deaths in Gaza now tops 40,000.
We are still looking closely at the possibility of a 3-phase agreement. The first phase could see up to 33 living hostages released. The deal would end with a reconstruction project for Gaza and support for vulnerable Palestinians affected by the war.
Fox's Trey Yangston, Haifa, Israel. America's listening to Fox News.
Small business owners, we know tackling your to-do list can sometimes feel like going 12 rounds against a heavyweight champ. Except that heavyweight's gloves are made of something hard, like diamonds. So when a new to-do pops up, you're like, I can't. I'm boxing my diamond boxing glove-wearing heavyweight champ of a to-do list. At Progressive, we don't want to make your day any harder. That's why we make it easy with over 30 customizable coverage options, so you can finally land a knockout blow. See if you can save on business insurance in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Coverage provided and serviced by affiliated and third-party insurers.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit consumercellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by September 2nd, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Tug Howard, Scott Rhino, and Carlos Medina get your day started with Atlanta's only live and local conservative talk on the Morning Extra.
Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10. This is the bonus hour. Then back playing Buck and a local afternoon show with Cammer.
I don't know why we subject ourselves to going to our general sales manager's office and trying to discuss anything with him.
I love him.
I know.
You go there because he's a great guy.
Yes, he is.
He's got water.
Yeah.
You know, he's got treats.
liquor.
You stop by just to say, hey, what's up?
I mean, he's not doing anything.
I already walked the sales floor, talked with the guys, got some stuff going, and then he tried to explain to me. Apparently, he tried to explain to 2 people who have cut the cord years ago how that works. And then as he's telling me, he's like, I mean, on Fubo television, you have this, but I mean, you guys can't get it. I'm like, it's an app, dude. Yeah. It's like, of course we all get it. No, you can only get it through, I was like, it's an app.
We can all
get it. We can all download it. You know, you could only access YouTube TV or Hulu through. I'm like, we can all. It's an app. It was just very frustrating to try and explain. It's an app.
Here's what I'd explain. I have your information. I'm going to hack it and use your account anyway. So yes, I can access it, Colin.
But it's like a local sports TV network, and it's called Peachtree Sports. Is that what he said?
He had some local that he was bragging about that he has through his Comcast package, and I go, dude. And by the way, they're showing the Harlem Globetrotters, like an ad for it. And they have we call them short people now. He's dribbling the basketball all around. I go, seriously, Colin, you have on a show that is showing little people playing basketball, followed by a ad for Bigfoot monster truck. I'm like, this is obscure sports monthly if there ever was it.
Well, that's fun.
ESPN the 8.
It was the Ocho.
That sounds fun.
It's called Peachtree Sports Network, and so the reason it came up, Rhino, is because he was like, if you are a subscriber to Comcast, they brought the Braves back, but only in the highest tiers. So it's like, whatever that highest tier is. Let's say it's $150. And I was like, well, why wouldn't people just switch to DirecTV Stream, which is $99? And he's like, well, because you can't get Peachtree Sports Network. And I was like, what?
I was like, that's too bad.
Who cares? Exactly. I was like, what is Peachtree Sports Network? And he was like, well, it's, they show the, some of the local high school football games. And I was like, wasn't it over the air?
Yeah.
He was like, well, yeah. I was like, well, you just get an antenna and watch it that way.
Yeah.
And then he went to the app. Then he went the app route. Or you can watch it on, this, that.
Fubo.
Yeah, exactly. Fubo. And I was like, okay, well, Fubo. Everybody can get anything they want at any time they want it.
It was hard to explain to him that this is not... This is not a reason to be subscribing to this product.
That's what it was.
Well, that was his other one. He goes, y'all are on Roku. Well, then you won't get this. I go, it's an app.
Yes.
It's just a platform to access apps.
Yes.
I'm very disappointed in that because the guy's a smart man. I mean, like, he runs look what he's running here with the Braves and all this stuff.
Absolutely.
And this guy can't figure out it's just an app. And you're bragging about Peachtree Street
He did know the
Sports?
sub-channel, though. He did know the sub-channel based off of...
That's creepy.
Which is local Peachtree TV, I guess. It's 17.2, which is Peachtree Sports Network.
My dad,
if you want to watch it on
when he gets to
antenna.
places, like, for instance, he cut the cord a few years ago. And so now... when I have him, like, let's say he gets to our place in Florida, the first thing he does, he starts going over to Hulu, and I'm like, Dad, no, we've actually, it's more like, it's actual DirecTV. Like, you can actually just use the regular remote control. Yeah. But he's so accustomed to now working digital networks that he's like light years ahead of Colin.
Yeah, well,
Our general sales manager, it's like, he really is like Space Odyssey 2001. Like, he just jumping up and down, looking at the rock like, oh, what is that?
This is so funny.
So funny.
Yeah. So,
color.
Anyway.
What is this digital app?
Yeah.
Oh.
You mean you're saying you can download the app on Roku so I could watch it? Well, not if you have DirecTV Stream, you can't because they don't have it. Right, but that's nothing to do with each other. Those are two separate things, dude.
This real people play football. Real people.
It's like trying to tell somebody that, you know what, you have an Apple and I have a Hewlett-Packard, so you can't go to my website.
Yeah, right.
Brother, it's all the same thing.
But it was a funny conversation. I finally was like, oh, I gotta get back.
I just went, I'm gonna make so much fun of you when we get on the
air. Are there people like that
Good
at
job,
your office?
Colin.
Yeah.
It's an app.
Now, I'm sure everybody's got it at their office. If you have somebody that just you can't get through to, sometimes you're like knocking on their forehead, just please pay attention.
Listen, by tomorrow he's going to have it all turned around that's not what he said.
That's not what he said.
Now he'll spin it in his way. He's our politician in the building.
No kidding. He's the mayor for sure.
Yep. Oh, you don't have a cool radio with an FM dial? Well, you can't listen to 106.3. Well, I can on the app. It's not the same, man. Yeah, it is.
It's actually identical.
It's actually better.
That's right.
Listen on the app.
Yeah, because you can go back and listen to it on demand too.
Yeah.
Like if you miss it, you go back and listen to it.
I can go back and listen to us trashing how silly you are right now.
Right, later today.
Yeah, later today. I'm going to listen to this again and realize.
Like 9:08 tonight.
What are you talking about, Colin? I'll download it right now. I can do it and watch the same thing right now.
That's exactly right. It's almost like listening to the mainstream media because they try to convince you of stuff that make no sense whatsoever. That just makes no sense. And right now, it is how good the economy is. And look, they want you to not pay attention to your eyes, not pay attention to your wallet. They're going to spin this economic news like there's something great. Now, we've all been experiencing this for the last 3 years. We know how expensive things are. But jobs are not being created outside of those in the government. Or government adjacent. I was telling Rhino this morning, there's a story out of Bloomberg that since 2001, the state of California has created 5,000 jobs outside of government or government adjacent. 5,000. That's it. Since 2021. Like, good Lord, what a disaster.
I mean, there are reasons for that. Number one, they drove real business out.
Yeah.
And then, a lot of the small businesses, they're the ones. And again, small business is the backbone of this country. So that's where you get the 5,000 jobs from. The rest are all government jobs. And that's why they are in such a deficit because Democrats cannot run an economy. It's that easy. Now, they'll spin the economy in this recent rate. Oh, it's down to 2.9%. Inflation is down. So, of course, you have their sheep out there who have no common sense whatsoever, your Chips, your Aunt Pegs that are like, yeah, see, they did all the work for us. But the reality of it is, doesn't matter. Aunt Peg, when you go to the grocery store, if inflation was down, did you see it? Did you see it last week? No, you didn't. You didn't see it in your stores. People will not believe these lies because they realize, well, if inflation came down last month, how come the prices for eggs didn't come down? How come the prices for bread didn't come down? Well, there's a good reason for it. And that's why, because people don't understand the economy. They don't understand compounding inflation.
Until we have negative inflation, things don't come down. It's very simple. And so when you look at, let's say, chicken at a price per pound, and you look at it, say, 2019, you're looking close like $1.27. All right, now it's going to say, as of today, about $1.55, $1.60. And so you're going to look at it and go, wow, how am I up by 25 to 30%? Well, that's the problem. You've had this inflation going on for the better part of 4 years, so that's how we got to the compounding of 25, 30% for every single item. And until we have negative inflation, that 25% doesn't move. The 30% doesn't move. It actually moves upward still.
But they were so proud of this news yesterday, and it was everywhere. Look,
because
inflation's
it's silly.
Axios physically said inflation is over. That was in the story. I couldn't believe what I was reading. It was like, you can't even make this up. And then later down in the article, they talked about how, well, yeah, things are still getting more expensive, but not as quickly as it was.
Not as quickly. Oh, okay, yeah. So inflation, it matters about time. Well, but let's talk about this, okay? So when we talk about inflation, we talk about, the number that we see. And again, Carlos just did a great job explaining it. And when you talk about compounding inflation, what you're talking about is buying power that you have for the dollar. So when you go back to 2020, the end of 2020 into 2021, if you had $25, you were going to spend that, whatever it was on, apples. Okay, right now you have to have $46.55 for the same apples. Okay, that's the inflation numbers that we're seeing. That's why it's still 30 to 40, even higher. It's almost 50% higher for products, and that's based on overall consumer products. We're not just talking about one thing or the other, and that's what they do. They break it down for one thing or the other. The other thing that they're dealing with is people aren't buying anymore. There is no buying power because they can't afford it, which means when they did and they got the $1,200 from the government, they spent it on their credit cards. They can't pay it off now. Now they've got interest rates they can't afford, so now that's even compounding on theirs, and they can't do it. So when they talk about, auto sales were down. You know why auto sales were down? People can't afford anything anymore. It's going to be another lie that they're using for an election, and people are going to get caught in this lie once again.
Car prices are down, but it's mainly with EVs because no one's buying them. So they have to slash prices to try to move the product that no one wants.
Supply over demand.
That's exactly right, man. And if you want to continue this way of living, keep voting Democrat. That's the way to do it.
By the way, your chicken price per pound in 2019 was $1.38. It's $1.98 now.
Yeah.
And so you might say, well, it's 60 cents. Well, that's price per pound. And if you actually want to have enough chicken to feed a family,
you just added an extra plate
every single time you do it. It's the compounding nature of the inflation. It's just as even Buddy Carter, who stole my line, but it is appreciated. Just because you put on 30 pounds last year and you only put on 20 pounds this year, hey, look at how you came down. You're still up 50 than 2 years ago.
I'm losing weight. That's like you saying you're losing weight. You didn't lose weight.
You didn't lose weight. You just didn't gain it as fast as you did before.
And the crazy thing is the news media is going on this celebration campaign, and I saw it all day yesterday on social media, and then I flipped over to a couple of the lefty loony outlets, and they were just praising, and they just thought it was the greatest thing in the world. And they too want you to not believe your eyes and your ears. They not want you to believe what's in your wallet and in your bank account after you visit the grocery store, because they want you to like socialism so badly that they will lie to you to your face, as they always have.
Yeah.
And they will continue doing that because they so badly want you to like Kamala Harris too, because they like her and they like socialism.
Well, it is so funny because all the media right now and a lot of the people that are voting Democrat are defending this, who are playing this game with, look, it's down to 2.9%. We're moving it down. Again, these are sheep herders saying, a sheep says, bah, and then them go, what's the sheep say? Bah. That's all this is. They're reiterating a lie. This spinning of this inflation report, again, they've done this how many times so far, Carlos, throughout the past 2 years that they told us, look, inflation's come down to its all-time low since 2021. It's over with, and then have to fix the reports and then realize, we're heading to a recession.
So this is somebody with 45,000 followers. This is Tia Ballerina. And she asked a very simple question on Twitter. I want to bring this up because the next answer is really good. She says, can someone please explain to me in crayon how inflation keeps going down, but we continue to live in the most expensive timeline of our lifetime? And there's a Hannah Cox who points it out to in the way that we're doing it. Says the inflation rate is going down, which means the speed at which prices are increasing around you is slowing. It doesn't mean they're still not going up. And it certainly doesn't mean that they're coming down.
Which is what Axios said.
This is how politicians and the media manipulate you. You're pointing out, look, the stuff is still moving up. It's just not moving up quite as fast as it was.
Which is the line from the Axios article.
And so when
the exact line.
It's interesting that you have to take somebody that has that kind of, at least 45,000 followers, you're doing something where somebody's like, okay, that's good information out there. The fact that people don't understand is so concerning.
Government schools, man.
In a simple way.
They're never going to teach you the things you need to know to overthrow them or to push them out of office.
I said something to our financial analyst yesterday or day before when we met, and I go, it's not that the value of my house is so much better. It's that my dollar's worth so much less. And he just nodded and goes, yep. You'd be amazed how many people don't get that.
So the economy's slowing down, and there is a Democrat strategist who worked for Obama. And this is from an article from Politico. His name is Jim Manley, and he was talking about how to message this in a campaign. And he was like, I'm so glad that he told this to Politico. He's like, I'm so glad I don't have to try to figure out a way to message this to the American people. Kamala Harris is going to be in deep trouble trying to figure out how to tell people everything is great. You just don't realize it, which is what Joe Biden's been saying for the last 3.5 years. Everything's great, you just don't realize it. And that was what was parroted in the mainstream media for such a long time. But we need real leadership. We're not going to get it with Kamala Harris. Here's the scary part for me. This continues, and Kamala takes the fall. She is not elected president. All of this, when Trump is going to be laid at his feet. And then all of a sudden, the mainstream machine turns and goes, it's Trump's fault. Day one, it's Trump's fault. Get ready. It's coming if he's elected. That's what's going to happen.
I fully expected this recessionary period to really not kick in until it would fall in his lap. And the fact that it's here, that's actually happening at the back end of the Biden administration, interesting times.
Yeah, well, look, they're looking to blame it on someone, and they continue to blame it on him, and will blame it on him. And if he wins, you think that's going to change? They're going to blame everything on him, and which is why he said, "Look, if it crashes, it crashes, and hopefully it happens before it's going to happen. But I don't want to be, having to deal with the problems that they continue to create. I'd rather the crash happen sooner, so we can work on the problem now, because all they're doing now is kicking the can down the road, so it will crash under somebody else."
It takes a long time to turn an aircraft carrier around, and it is going to take a long time to turn around the world's largest economy. And something has to be done, and it has to be done with effective policies. And obviously, if you vote Kamala Harris back into office, that's not going to be what you get, effective policies. 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution. Give them a call, 877-9-SOUTHERN, southernexteriors.co.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
All right, here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Thursday, August 15th. Gwinnett County police are hunting for a suspect in a shooting that left a man dead off Josephine Road. Police were called to a home after neighbors heard gunshots. When they arrived, they found one man suffering from at least one gunshot wound. He died at the scene. Police are not releasing the name of the victim or the suspect, and they say they are still searching for the killer who fled on foot. Mayor Benjamin Cranford of Thompson, Georgia, was arrested by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation after allegedly providing inmates with alcohol while they worked in the city. The mayor is taken into custody and booked into the McDuffie County Jail. He was charged with furnishing prohibited items to inmates and criminal attempt to commit a felony. And in sports, Michael Harris made his return after 60 days on the disabled list last night in San Francisco. In his first game back, on his first at-bat, he hit his first grand slam. The first inning 4-run shot turned out to be the game winner as the Braves routed the Giants 13-2. Pitcher Grant Holmes also got his first career win with 6 strikeouts over 7 innings. The Braves will go for their 4th straight win tonight as they wrap up the series, or this afternoon, today at 3:45. Max Fried will be on the mound for the Braves. You can catch all the action on our sister station, 680 The Fan.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra until 10. Trump's energy plan alone could help spare America some of the pain and suffering that we've been through and have ahead of us if we don't do that. Next on Extra 106.3. Get the app so you can listen live and on demand.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Pete, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
Kamala Harris said, "We want dignity for all people. We want to recognize the pride that all people have to freedom and liberty, especially those that are about heart and home." I don't know what the phrase "pride to freedom" means. Word salad.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Hi, I'm Jaron Solomon from Solomon Brothers. I get asked all the time, how do we know we're getting the best deal at Solomon Brothers? Well, we have a price match guarantee so that you know if you find anything anywhere else, we are going to match and actually beat the price with the difference of what you saw. So if you come into Solomon Brothers and you see something that you love and you find it somewhere else, we will actually beat that price. That is how confident we are that you are getting the best deal. It's a very blind purchase when you're buying jewelry, and that's why you need to shop at a trusted jeweler. That's why my family, we've been around since 1982, and we have that price match guarantee, not to be so salesy, but we actually believe that we are giving you the best deal out there, and we will stand by that for over 30 days as well. So come see us at Solomon Brothers. We have 3 locations, one in Buckhead, one in Alpharetta, and now one in Sharpsburg, Georgia. Also shop us online at solomonbrothers.com or come check us out on Instagram at Solomon Brothers.
Get ready for Real Talk on the Janelle King Show, where we tackle kitchen table topics that are banned from family gatherings, but crucial for a strong republic. Tune in every Saturday at 3 p.m. and every Sunday for an encore episode at 9 a.m. And if you can catch us live, great. But if not, no worries. New podcasts drop every Tuesday on the Podcast Park right here on Extra 106.3 or wherever you get your podcast. Join us for insightful conversations that matter.
Hey Atlanta, it's Mark from Atlanta Safe House. The Safe House crew hopes everyone is enjoying their vacation this summer. We know the criminals are watching and waiting for you to leave so they can bust in and steal your stuff. But hey, there is a solution. Come purchase a quality safe from Atlanta Safe House. And with summer rebates and specials, you can save hundreds and hundreds of dollars on a quality safe. And remember, don't let an illegal or crackhead deliver or move your safe. They could very well know your combination. So drop by the showroom or go to atlantasafehouse.com.
My name is Amy Risley. I have been working for Bruce Hagen for 17 years. When I first started, my boys were 4 and 6, and whenever I needed, Bruce allowed me to bring them to our office. Bruce has always treated us like family, and 17 years later, I still love coming to work for Bruce Hagen. Just recently, a friend told me they hear Bruce talking on 680 The Fan. They asked me if he was as nice as he appeared to be on air. I smiled, and without any hesitation, answered, he's even nicer in person. I'm Amy Risley. I work for Bruce Hagen. Let Bruce Hagen work for you. Hagen-law.com.
Hey fans, summer is here and you know what that means. Exterior painting season. At Atlanta Painting Company, this summer, save 10% off of all exterior projects and get a free color consultation. We understand how valuable your home is, so protect your investment with our industry-leading warranty and unmatched customer service. Don't just take our word for it. We have over 900 Google reviews telling you why we're the painters you can trust. Ready to get started? Visit us online at atlantapaintingcompany.com to schedule your free home consultation. The Atlanta Painting Company, the painters you can trust.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the Podcast Park. See you around, Atlanta.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Not all policies will qualify. Not available in all states. It took 100 years, but finally there's a conservative voice you can trust. Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra and Extra 1063. There's so much good music out there like this song playing. Kenny Chesney, American Kid's great. But there was the reason I bring it up was last night. I don't know why. I was in a this is so corny.
Bowling for Soup. Girl
No. It would have probably been better than that. I was in a soft rock. I was listening to Don Henley. I was listening to Mike and the Mechanics. I was listening to Steve Winwood. And so I was just in one of those moods for that type of music.
You missing your son, you crying in your beer, crying in your bourbon. Playing the Living Years again.
Dude, for the third time. Yeah, Alexa, play Living Years again. No, but I could pull it up on my phone. Hang on. I'm not kidding me. I'm going to give you the list of songs that I was listening to.
He is this close to Cats in the Cradle.
Yeah.
So close.
Dude.
Those beds are slowly separating in the master bedroom right now.
That's right.
Bruce Hornsby and the Range, The Way It Is, Don Henley, Last Worthless Evening, Valley Road, Bruce Hornsby.
Okay.
I didn't select this one, but it came up. I don't know how it would have came up. I had to have selected it. Peter Cetera, Glory of Love from the Karate Kid 2 soundtrack.
Okay. So let me ask you this
Mandolin
question.
Rain, All It Needs a Miracle.
Let me give you this test real quick.
Yeah.
How many times have you turned to Jacob and said, I don't understand that crap you're listening to. When my days, music had words and real people playing guitars.
Never. Because I love the music that he listens to.
Really?
Everything he's ever introduced me to has been really good. But y'all know I don't watch TV. I don't watch movies. I listen to music. So that's what I'm into. Now there's occasional like when he plays some Pop Smoke or some Polo G that I'm just like, okay, it's whatever, it's fine. Or some Drake, and I'm like, it's not really. I don't really
there
get
it
that,
is.
but whatever.
Slowly, so you're slowly moving into
maybe
that.
That's
you're
it.
merging.
Most of the time, though, I like everything.
You're gonna get old and angry soon.
I feel like I'm intruding on my daughter's privacy by playing her list because she has her list.
Yeah.
But there's stuff in there that I'm like, that's really cool.
Like what? Like, give me an example.
Well, I've got to go
pull
through
it.
Yeah.
Because
My son does that too. Like I pretend like. I don't want to hear some of this new music. I don't like it. It is what it is. But every once in a while, my son plays something. I'm like, you know what? I get it. It's catchy.
Yeah.
I get it. I understand why you like it.
Listen to this.
Just don't sing it in my car again.
That played last night. Thinking of Laura, Christopher Cross. Holding Back the Years, Simply Red. Heart Never. Endless Summer Nights, Richard Marx. Sarah Starship. Kyrie from Mr.
Bro, were you trying to get those sweatpants off or what? Are you blasting that through that?
It was just me and headphones. The thing was, it's just me and my headphones.
You were getting ready up.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Ready up. Let's go.
Let's
get that mood working.
Her and the dog had already been asleep for 25
one of those
minutes.
blue pills.
Yeah, seriously. Then I'd be.
You could wake her up.
Lonely, just
you
all
can wake her up
lonely.
for that.
No.
Just give her a nice kiss on the cheek. Hey, baby.
Leave me alone. I'm trying
to
sleep.
Put the headphones on her. Get her in the mood.
Reason I bring it up is because Dreams, Fleetwood Mac, they say that is the #1 best soft rock song of all time.
Have you any dreams you like to sell?
Dude, so good. It's a great song. So good.
Like a heartbeat drives you
the harmonies of Fleetwood Mac, man.
in the stillness of remembering.
So that got me to think about it this morning because when I ran across this little, it's a silly list of 40 best top soft rock songs of all time. So I'm going to go through it all, but it got me to think about the things that I was listening to last night and how it made no sense. Like, where did that come from? And Los, you may be right.
Depression.
Maybe I was missing my kid and didn't even realize it. I didn't verbalize that. I didn't talk to Laura about it last night or anything. So here we go. Here we go. Listen.
The man in the moon.
When you're coming home, son,
Harry Chapin. Here
we'll get together then.
Love it. But
as he's saying, your dad, I'm heading out with my friends. You
right.
want to sit down and talk for a while?
Nope. I don't. I got things to do, dude. I got things to do. Because Jacob moved back to Charleston a week earlier than everybody else. He decided, we had tickets to go to see Zach Bryan this weekend down at Mercedes-Benz. And he was like, I think I just want to get back in my routine. So we left and gave the tickets away, left, went over to Charleston, moved him in, and he's been there by himself in a house that houses 6 different guys, 6 different baseball players. And he's been there just getting into his routine. So maybe it is, Los. Maybe I'm just missing him. I don't even realize it.
That's what happened. Listen, you're not having to pay for this. Like, I have you on the couch. and you didn't have to pay for this.
I know. It's
Typically,
good.
I'd charge like $100 an hour for this sort of stuff.
Charge more.
I know.
Yeah.
That's where we figured out where it was coming from. We figured out what was going on.
Did you find the playlist?
I don't know which one. She's got like 4 or 5 different playlists,
That's
and
the
I don't.
thing.
And half of them say explicit, so I'm already a little concerned about what I can play and what I can't play.
Dude, it's funny you bring that up because ours is the same way. When you look at the playlists, dude, we have like a million of them, and I don't even know who created all these playlists. I mean, there's like 1,000 of them.
Oh, just cycling through.
I mean, it's unbelievable how many playlists to put. I'm sure Jacob did most of them. My wife's done a couple, and I'm sure I've done a couple. I don't know where the other 70 came from. I have no idea.
Getting
where they
hacked.
came from. Yes.
Most of the time,
Democrat operatives.
It's Experian.
Yeah.
My social security number.
Probably like Olivia Rodrigo and stuff. Is that even I don't know. Is that a singer, people?
She's big time.
I can hit play on this.
I'm afraid for you too. If it's
and that's my concern.
Yeah.
And I just cycle through it and go, okay, those are some cooler stuff here and there. But then this is how I know it's my daughter, because there's all this stuff that looks very modern, and then there's randomly one headlight, the Wallflowers.
Okay,
because she'll have like this random like
probably reminds her of you.
Classic '90s songs here and there that are just all
smattered.
Yeah, all smattered throughout the rest of this stuff. It's like, okay, here's Paper Planes. Then you follow that with Gorilla Radio.
Lights out.
So yeah,
I can't even say gorilla now. Yeah, or much less sing it like the Zach De La Roca. We'll go back to, because we brought it. You had that earlier with you had the Rage Against the Machine T-shirt. It's worth $800. Dude, I'd have that sold so fast. It would be gone.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Suck it, Ben Burnett. I got an $800 shirt.
Yeah, that's right.
Ben's going to be joining us here a little bit later.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's rocking his Peach State Pride.
Whatever, he's got a Yeti with his name on it.
It's a nice shirt, but he didn't pay for it. Definitely not $800. What'd you say?
I said he's got a really nice Yeti with his name on it, though, and you don't.
No, I don't. You're exactly right.
I have a blue Ben Burnett one, too.
Dude, I think we all do.
That's my wife's favorite. It's
my
still
favorite,
her favorite. Her favorite coffee consumption device has Ben Burnett's name on it, and she's like, every time she'll sit down and she's like, can you send me the Ben one? like you got it. Here you go.
I think it's so the other night I filled it with ice, and then I took one of those White Claws, put it in there, and then poured more vodka on top of that White Claw, closed it up. It's got that little sipper. Oh man, the Ben Burnett getting me drunk.
He woke up the next morning and you were like, what happened?
Ben,
yeah.
So you can defend yourself a little bit if you want. If you have to spin that microphone around.
The best part was I like it to use it for my ice water too. So I go to fill it up, for my trips and stuff. And I fill it up. I forgot that I filled it with vodka and, the night before. So all the ice melts. So when I went to drink my water, still had like a little bit of vodka in it. I was like, oh gosh.
Yeah, that came out of nowhere.
Clean that out.
That was back when I cared about everybody so much that I'd spend my own money to buy my own merch, and now I've got people that do that for me.
See, that's big time.
What's going on here?
Just walking in here.
I also brought my...
You guys have like stuff I bought on behalf of me.
I know.
That's why it's appreciated. It's appreciated.
I have your little pullover with the hood.
Those are awesome. Those are great, dude.
Whenever
that's my paddle board. That's my paddle board pullover.
I've seen that in pictures before.
Oh yeah.
I actually meant to bring that up one time.
Yeah,
that's
the
funny.
Ben Burnett paddleboard.
I'll be always on the app, and the app's always on in the house. And whenever the promotion that Ben does as far as the weekend show comes on, my wife will automatically look up and she's like, Ben Burnett.
Yeah, that's right.
She's got a coffee mug out.
Thank you.
So Ben, here's a deal, okay? And this is what I'm looking for. So tell your people to get on this. I need some bike shorts, and I want them to have an American flag like all around the butt, but an eagle like right in the front, like a bald eagle right in the front, and then Ben Burnett on the back. That way it's sponsored.
Make sure you put your name on it.
Yeah, Ben Burnett.
I have a joke, but I'm not sure that I would get fired if I let it out.
It's the only way that I can
take it easy, pal.
I can umpire a softball game and feel comfortable, and that's the way I will feel comfortable doing it.
I mean, Ben, as the other psychiatrist in the room, you can feel how upset that Tug has been with his son heading back to college.
Yeah, man, it's soft.
And as a dad who's got younger ones, like I think we all kind of look at this and go like, all right, Tug is the one who's experiencing this before the rest of us.
It's hurtful.
Yeah. What makes you cry, Ben?
I will. I don't know. So it's son, daughter, son. When my daughter gets married, I know that will be debilitating.
Me too.
But I don't. She and I we're the same, but we have an adversarial relationship sometimes because she's getting the hormones and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
It's way worse with mommy.
the hormones.
The hormones. The womanly way. But when my oldest Charlie. He is so sweet. He's good. He'll do anything. He's the kid who's destined to Stanford or the Naval Academy or whatever. And he's going to make the other children have the opportunity to have somebody pay for their school because he'll be like, I'm just going to bite the bullet and go for free somewhere because he's smart.
Yeah. So he's your favorite.
He will be my favorite when he's 19.
When it comes to balancing the books, yes, he's my favorite.
I know. I keep looking at my daughters, and we've been donating to their 529s, contributing to their 529s since they were 1 month old. And as I watch those accounts, I go, if one of y'all can put that money back in my pocket tax-free.
Any of them.
Any of them,
please.
Either one. And they're both sharp girls. They're both pretty athletic, and so we'll see where it goes.
So you can convert, if you have $25,000 left over in a Roth, which no one does, you can, or in a 529, you can give it to the child in a Roth IRA as a gift with no penalty or anything. It's like, hey, guys, if you got it laying around and you got little ones graduating, don't give it to them for now. Give it to them for later.
Yeah, absolutely, because that'd be the best. And you've talked about that. Like, that's the best gift you can give to your child is that tax-free money.
When I've got, I'm not a financial advisor. You got to throw that out there.
I'm not
These are the opinions of Ben Burnett and Burnett.
But I will tell you, I've got my own business. I don't have contracts with anybody except me, inclusive of here. And when you are a sole proprietor and you own your own business, I can pay my kids up to the standard deduction.
That's right.
Every year. And buddy, I hate the federal government more than all of y'all combined, and y'all hate them.
Yeah, well, let me tell you. The only person that I know of that hates taxes more than we do in this room is the man sitting across the table from us.
That's true.
Dude.
And I'm the lefty.
Yeah, no, in comparison.
Yeah, you're just not far left.
I just happen to be that guy that every single year when I hear like, well, you're not paying, these people don't pay their fair share. I'm like, come over to my house, watch this check. Watch what's heading out, and then we'll have that discussion.
It drives you absolutely crazy. Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. We're going to talk about what Ben Burnett did before he was a sole proprietor. And you can listen to his show every weekend at 2 p.m. on Saturdays, and then you can listen to it at noon to 1 on Sundays, the Ben Burnett Show. But before we get to all that, and he's rocking his Aaron's hat and everything today. I mean, he came in prepped for this discussion.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in a long time.
Yeah, I do want to get into the Trump energy plan because that sets America apart. That makes a huge difference, Los.
I just think that it's important if you want to combat what's currently going on, talk policy, talk about the effect on real everyday Americans. Because as much as we can say, hey, look at the 401ks, look what's going on. We've had overwhelming numbers that tell you Americans have built up a tremendous amount of credit card debt in the last 4 years.
Car payments are at a default.
Payments are at a default. You have a large amount. The police will tell you the amount of times they now show up to small accidents and people have stopped paying for car insurance.
Yeah.
There's a lot of these little economic indicators that say we've got problems going on, especially with the middle class, lower middle class. Take a listen to Donald Trump talking about his plans for energy and how it's going to affect you.
By contrast, I'm announcing today that under my leadership, the United States will commit to the ambitious goal of slashing energy and electricity prices by half, at least half. We intend to slash prices by half within 12 months, at a maximum 18 months. And if it doesn't work out, you'll say, oh, well, I voted for him. I still got him down a lot. But we're looking to do it. We're looking to cut them in half, and we think we'll be able to do better. And every single thing that I promised, I produced. Every single thing.
See, now I'll say this.
Okay.
This is not a pander to me. No. You know why? Because I already lived through it where my gas was $1.38.
Well, the problem with it, and the reason why it comes off as a pander, and this is the one thing that I wish he would really focus on, is stop throwing numbers out and just talk about how it's going to happen. Because the reality of it is he's going to have a hard time. If he doesn't get the House and Senate, he's not getting that done anyway. Anwar is important. Talk about that. Talk about why it was important. But talk about, hey, they destroyed TC Energy and the pipeline. How long is it going to take to bring that back? Almost 4 to 5 years to be able to get that up and running.
If you can convince him to do it.
If you can convince him to do it.
Because as soon as he's out of office, it could be reversed.
Give him the idea of why and how it's going to work. Stop giving out, I'm going to drop it by 50%, because the odds of him dropping it by 50% that early, like he's saying, is slim to none.
Ben,
look, there's Ben. Ben knows this stuff.
If he had 4, it's one of those contiguous things. You can get a lot moving in 8 years. the worst part about Donald Trump getting reelected, and I don't say that as a couch statement, is that he's not going to have a lot of time, and you got to have everything go right.
It's going to have like 24 months, really.
Right. But you're hoping on J.D. Vance, right? I mean, the idea is that I got to get this going. J.D. Vance finishes this for the next 8 years. And yeah, we'd be in great shape 12 years down the road if they stayed on this economic policy and actually brokering energy. But again, you're not getting it done in 4 years. You've got so much to overcome. I know we've done a good job kind of combating the EPA, but there's so much more to be done when it comes back to bringing energy. It's a lot easier to sign an executive order on Jan 20, 2021, eliminating it than it is bringing
to build
it back.
Yeah, because the effort of bringing it back is legitimate, man. There's so much that needs to be done. America feels very broken right now.
And you got to depend on the fact that, this is the thing with TC Energy. They lost billions of dollars in the promise of building a pipeline, and it got torn down by the Democrats. You never have that promise. Nobody's going to feel safe losing billions of dollars knowing it could change in 4 years. That's the other thing.
Morning Xtra and Xtra 106.3. A former Bulldog tennis great was also on a NASCAR pit crew. He joins us next to talk about that fun time. So as we were talking about it this time yesterday on Xtra 106.3.
From the latest breaking news to the conservative voices you know and trust, your best new follow on social media is Xtra 1063. We're at XTRA 1063 on Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Threads, and LinkedIn, and pretty much any social media you scroll through every day. And we drop exclusive giveaways, new daily content, and the latest breaking news from Georgia and across this great nation. Interact with your favorite Xtra personalities. Get the latest on our live events and so much more. Follow at Xtra 1063 across all your social media and keep up with Atlanta's only conservative voice.
Diamonds Direct Atlanta is now open. The nation's fastest growing jewelry store now is a location right here in Buckhead. Shopping for the perfect ring to pop the question? Or maybe an everyday diamond tennis bracelet? The experts at Diamonds Direct are sure to have exactly what you're looking for, no matter the occasion. With the lowest direct importer pricing, you can expect the best selection of certified diamonds at unmatched prices, all within a luxury showroom atmosphere that makes you feel right at home. Come see what other jewelers are trying to replicate. Diamonds Direct's unbeatable after-the-sale guarantees and warranties are the best you can find. Free cleanings, sizing, polishing, accent diamond replacement for the lifetime of your purchase. If that's not enough, they also offer a 110% upgrade policy for you to use as often as you'd like on your diamond engagement ring, pendant, or studs. Sounds too good to be true, right? Well, come see how Diamonds Direct is reinvigorating the jewelry industry at their brand new Buckhead showroom. When you want to have complete confidence in your jewelry buying experience, shop with the experts at Diamonds Direct. Now open on the corner of Maple Drive Northeast and Peachtree.
When you're leaving the house, do you plead with your garage door? Please open, please open. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. Let us take that anxiety away with one quick call. Our highly trained technicians will get to the bottom of your garage door issues. It could be a simple repair, a malfunctioning opener, or maybe just needs a tune-up. But if it's time for your garage door to be replaced, we'll make that easy too with upfront pricing and free estimates. When trust matters, trust us. All, the number 4, Seasons Garages.
One of the hardest things to do is to walk away from a paycheck. As retirement planners, Masterplan knows how hard it can be to pull the trigger on your own retirement. Don't go it alone. Masterplan is a holistic retirement planning firm that works with you to create a retirement plan to help maximize your golden years. Through income planning and money management, legacy planning, and tax planning, we create a plan specifically designed for your life. Enter retirement with confidence. Contact Masterplan to analyze your retirement outlook and create a plan that's right for you. All initial consultations are complimentary, so contact us today and begin your pursuit towards peace of mind. Visit masterplanretire.com. Masterplan Retirement Consultants. Plan well and prosper.
Advisory services offered through Masterplan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Masterplan Retirement Consulting. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Hey everybody, it's Neil Bortz, an actual attorney spokesperson for Van Sant Law. Notice the heavy traffic out there? Yep, school's back in session. Things can happen. Sometimes people aren't that careful. Maybe an accident. But David Van Sant, he's there to help smooth the way for you if somebody you love gets hurt. Call Van Sant Law at 855-GA-INJURY. 855-GA-INJURY. First call after 9/11, Van Sant Law. 855-GA-INJURY.
With our endless money printing and record debt, protecting wealth is more challenging than ever. And if Biden is reelected, he's promised to make it nearly impossible. The gold standard for wealth preservation has always been gold or silver, precious metals. I strongly urge you to put a portion of your retirement portfolio in gold and silver. I know, it's a tough decision. And who should you work with to buy gold? The company that you can trust is Lear Capital, with over 27 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, plus $3 billion in trusted transactions. Lear is the gold and silver industry leader now. Lear is the first company that I trusted to buy gold from some 20 years ago. My investment has quadrupled. Join me and the thousands of satisfied customers who decided to swap some of our dollars for gold. Seriously, what are you waiting for? Call Lear Capital today, 800-889-3070. Get your free gold guide and an IRA investor's kit. When you call, make sure you ask, how do you get up to $15,000 in bonus gold or silver with a qualifying purchase? 800-889-3070. Call 800-889-3070. Remember, 800-889-3070.
The Morning Extra, Neil Bortz, and The Kimmer Show are all online for you anytime at thepodcastpark.com. Plus all of Extra's exclusive podcasts like Ben Burnett, Janelle King, and so much more. All at thepodcastpark.com. Presented by Associated Credit Union.
Hanging for a little bit with the aforementioned Ben Burnett. You can listen to his show on Saturdays from 2 to 3, Sundays from noon till 1 here on Extra 106.3, or anytime at the Podcast Park or any of the social media podcasting platforms, Apple Podcast, YouTube now.
Wherever the hell.
Everything's migrated away from Google. It doesn't even really exist anymore. But Spotify, Amazon, all those places. So we were talking about this yesterday, how you were involved and were created and part of a group that created Saturday Down South, and y'all spun that off. And then you ended up in a NASCAR pit crew.
That's correct.
It's unimaginable. So, like, nobody knows somebody that's been on a NASCAR pit crew.
I still, to this day, I'm 41. I don't want to go get a real job.
Well, you've done good with that.
I've had to do it here and there, but I don't, it's not, I wouldn't thrive in the environment. Right. I've done it. I'm a horrible employee. But when you
make fun of your boss and things,
well, it's just like once you've sat in some rarefied air, I'm like, I'm not going to let this guy tell me that this doesn't work.
Yeah.
No, I do really well with consultants. See how that works.
It's just chew them up, spit them out. I love it.
But Michael Waltrip Racing and Ken Butler, who used to be the COO at Aaron's and president for a long time, spent a ton of money on 680 The Fan over the years. His son, part of his compensation package was that his son got to race ARCA trucks and then on the Nationwide series, and they knew me from Saturday Down South, and they were like, well, you were pretty athletic. Like, you could figure something out.
Because you played tennis down at Sanford.
Maybe you can do this and that and the other, and see what transpires. See where you're going to go when you see what happens. So they were like, if you hang around with me long enough, like, people just fall out of the sky at certain points, and I've got crazy relationships. One of the guys who I brought into the fold is now the baseball coach at Augusta University, who got done playing minor league baseball. His name's Chris Howell, an amazing athlete, and he just didn't want to grow up either. He had more or less this late spring and summers off when baseball got done, and he was a teacher at Tift County Christian School before he got big time NCAA money, and he was like, hell yeah, I'll come out there with you guys.
I'll fill up a nice car.
So
let me gas this thing up. Let's go.
Were you surprised? Because I was still, I guess, I was friends with Tony Stewart. He had me down to
wonderful human being.
Yeah, to Zephyr Hills, and they're doing an event, and we're in the pit, and he's like, hey, they glue the lug nuts onto the wheel so that they can move quicker and blah blah. And he's like, do you want to help? I was so surprised. I'm like, why would you want me doing anything that could kill you like 20 minutes later? Were you surprised that they were just like, hey, you're athletic, come try this?
So no, I sat there, I was the flag man. So when you see things coming down pit road, I was the guy who held the sign out.
Where you know to stop.
So you know where to go.
So you know what pit to pull into.
Yeah, sure.
And then when I put that back, the first thing that I did was I caught the front tire. If I had a third job, it was if we were there for going to be 14 or 15 seconds and you could overfill from the gas tank. So I would catch the first one or transition the second gas tank to the guy who put it in the car. That's a hell of a lot to do in 15 seconds.
Yeah.
And your hands are on fire. Because there's not, if you've ever caught a tire or sat there,
they're on fire.
It's unbelievable.
Do you just wear gloves?
Yeah, mechanics wear gloves.
Yeah.
I don't even think those matter because
no,
you know
it's still hot.
For sure.
The one thing I learned was that when that rubber burns, like my whole arm, because I had hairy arms, all the rubber gets into your arm. It's so hot, it's burning.
That's why your arms look so good.
I know.
Yeah, that's what
I mean, I still have like probably scars from them.
Yeah. So you went from there. What made you to finally decide? Okay, I can't be on this NASCAR pit crew anymore.
Well, how long did you do it for?
Yeah. So
2 years.
Did it pay anything?
Yeah. So I had it was $700 a week, and it was $800 a week if I would do the Nationwide Series and the Cup race. So if they were in the same place, I'd make an extra $50.
There you go.
But when being based here, I had to spend a lot of time in Charlotte. Training, doing stuff. I was in the best shape of my life.
Yeah.
Picking up tars,
But it's not that. It's just it's the workouts that they put you through. It was like Jake
training.
Oh hell yeah. I was
that makes sense. I don't know that I would ever thought it, but that makes sense.
This is what I need to know about.
I was ripped to shreds.
Did they have a gym like at the
most of the teams, most of the Cup Series teams have them, but there are also programs and gyms around for some of the teams that don't have as much that they'll pay into, kind of subsidize a One Life Fitness or something like that. But I mean,
you're expected to be in there working.
Yeah.
The only reason that I wasn't ever in there working, and that was more of like a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. But they also, it's crazy. You've got to be super. Sometimes the tires roll off, and there's only a certain number of people who can be over a wall. So you got to be limber, and I'm not. And I said
limber is a
yoga
good word.
classes, Pilates classes.
Really?
Oh, it was unbelievable.
Did they have it at the track too for you to work out, or do stuff there, like some weight sets, or did they go, hey, let's go run laps on the infield?
Yeah, I mean, that was, you were a lot busier. A lot of the guys who sit on pit crews work on cars. Who were on that team.
They can change tires and change the oil, the things that we talked about we couldn't do earlier.
They're professional athletes Monday through Thursday, but they're expected to serve some sort of engineering-ish purpose.
What was your job then while they were doing like real stuff?
Well, so a lot of times I would do the workouts and things like that, but I would also switch gears, and I managed the relationships for Napa and Aaron's for their Nationwide Series program.
Sense.
So I was here. I was a business guy. There's plenty of those guys that
my buddy was for Rigid with Tony. He was the business guy for them.
Bleep for brains. They throw tires around because that's literally they just don't want to go get a real job.
Yeah.
But the perks and the stuff, it's what you guys said. Nobody knows anybody who's ever done it. But they recruit all of those people that are on top tier pit crew teams. They're $200,000, $250,000 a year guys.
Wow.
They were long snappers at Nebraska. They were like superior.
But they go get athletes.
They're athletes.
They were Power 5 athletes.
So they're not coming going, hey, 5'4" fat Rhino, come here. You want to do this?
You could 100%. I'm dead serious. You could find your way onto a bottom or mid-tier Nationwide Series team if you were the love of the game guy who wanted to give your weekends to it. They wouldn't pay you, but they would get you there. And they could do it.
They wouldn't pay you.
They wouldn't. But
it's like an internship.
People take that. People take it
just as the stepping stone.
If you have confidence in yourself,
you just love racing. You want to go to the track.
I don't know that I love anything that much.
Come on,
but people do.
Look, we did that. Look, I came over to 790 before they offered to pay me a thing, and I was like, I'll answer phones. I'll do whatever. Let me get a shot. I mean, we all do it at one point in our lives.
And some people don't want to go. It's like I love sitting on the weekends. I'm not sure that I would ever want to do 6 to 10. every day. Because if I am the guy who loses the love of the game thing, and like you guys have to love what you're doing, because there are days you don't. I'm just telling the audience, there are days you don't want to get up and come in.
No, that's
here.
right. Absolutely.
And that's, who would?
Yeah, Monday through Friday, I think, is the days that we don't want to wake up and come.
Have that moment.
My alarm goes off at 3:50 a.m.
It's not until 10 o'clock on Friday when I'm like, 3-day weekend is starting. Here we go.
Let's go. Yeah, but you guys haven't even gotten to like, what do people really want to know? We'll have to save that for another time.
Okay. Because there's a lot of questions.
There are a lot. I mean, the really good stories.
I mean, just the idea of what we threw out, just as far as, man, like it's little stuff. It's like, well, do you eat? Do you get to go use the restroom? Do you get to, like, what do you do? Like,
do they cater?
I mean, yeah. I was like,
do they have a food truck
so
next
hot.
to that?
It's so hot you can't pee.
Yeah, the weird part, now they got like those Gatorade like gummies. They like eat health food while they're doing the work. Every time I see them now.
Thanks, guys.
Dude, it's always great to catch up with you, and make sure you check out Ben's show Saturdays 2 to 3 and Sundays noon to 1, anytime on the Extra 106.3 app, at the Podcast Park, or wherever you download your podcast. For Rhino, for Front Office Lowe's, Ben Burnett, and Board Up Go Virgin River, my main man. My name's Doug. Y'all come back now here. The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Tug, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
I get enough flack on Facebook in response to my postings there. All these people telling me, you hate Donald Trump. Well, first of all, I don't hate. I've said repeatedly, I like what he does. I do not like what he is.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.